Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more X8 likes or X8 clones. We can never decide on what exactly the title is. X8 clones, technically, though. Part 54 of an ongoing series where we play games inspired by the X8, which is a game where you go through multiple loops trying to spot differences, maybe not get surprised by evil, scary things, and try to get to the end by guessing correctly 8 or variable times in a row, because honestly these games have a variable number of loops you have to get through sometimes. But that's the basic premise. Some of the games deviate from this or add new mechanics, but that is what we are doing. We are playing games inspired by the X8, and as it is part 54, we are quite a ways along on this series, and the game list never, ever stops. Here's what we've covered so far. Yes, we have a tier list. We always add to it. Not many S-rank games, not many A-rank games, quite a few C-rank games, and way too many DNF games. It's amazing the lows we have seen with the series as well as the highs. Like, this has been... the highs have been some really great games, like some really amazing games, and the lows have reached lows we didn't know was possible with video games. This series is a trip, and every single episode, we don't know what we're gonna get. So, let's see how things roll for us today. We have a lot of games still to check out. Here's the list currently of things we haven't played. And yeah, I know what we're going to start with today, but otherwise we're going to spin the wheel. But we do have to have a game to start out with that is a review key that we received. I'll get into that in a minute though, because first, I want to say that if you like the video, do think about giving it a like. Maybe subscribing if you'd like to do that. Maybe come over to Twitch if you want to watch this content live and you want to learn or talk. Think about hanging out with us and just vibing. It's nice to have people to talk to. And when it comes to X8 likes, live audience currently here, when it comes to X8 likes, you guys are invaluable because the number one thing a viewer can do is look at the stream and see what has happening on the video. Now, it's an X8 likes or spot the difference game. So if you guys see something I don't, you can literally save my run. So I appreciate your attentiveness. I appreciate your participation. If you join an X8 like stream, you honestly make a big difference and get us through these games a little faster. So yeah, come on by, whether it's X8 or not. We really appreciate your attendance. We also have a Discord server if you want to check that out. We have a Ko-fi link if you'd like to help directly monetize what we do here, and I very much appreciate if you might consider it. It really does help out. Every little bit does. And thank you very much if you do. And of course, we have a merch store if you want to buy some cool stuff over there. Links in the description. You can check them out at your leisure. The ride never ends. Yeah, I mean, maybe it eventually will. I think the games have been slowing down a little bit. Granted, that's partially because we stopped buying them unless they're, like, on a big release sale. When new ones come out, we used to buy them just immediately because they typically are cheap. But just to be a little bit more picky about spending our money, even though it's not really that much, we are waiting for sales now. Sometimes the game releases with like a 10% off or something, but that's not good enough. We're waiting for like at least 33% off or something before purchasing, or we try to get a review key. It tends to work out, but they tend to get mid. Honestly, I think if the largest percentage of X8 likes are typically mid, and then after that, the second largest percentage are games that are pretty good, and then the third largest percentage are games that are bad, unfortunately. And sometimes we end up with extremely bad or extremely good games. Those are the rarest, I'd say. Just look at the tier list. I mean, our tier list is, of course, very much subjective, And we figured this out with other people participating with us in playing these games. Basically help me determine the review ratings. And you guys, of course, can help determine this as well. But yeah, this is not like a extremely well research tier list. I mean, we basically beaten most of these games, not all of them, but we basically beaten most of these games. So I'd say that our tier list is somewhat well researched, given that we suffered through in the case of some of them before reviewing them. So I mean, whatever it's a bit of effort. But let's not focus on being too negative. Every new game is a new opportunity, and we have today. We're actually starting off with Glitchy Cute Loop, and the reason I'm not spinning the wheel for this one is because this is actually made by Glitchy Frame Studio, and you may remember them if I go click over here. You may remember them because they made Targeted 10 Days. Remember that? That game was actually really well made as far as like the environment was very well made, had good environmental sound design, very polished environment. We didn't care for the gameplay completely because it used a lot of repeat things for its like that dynamite up there. That's very accurate and to put it in the Steam store page banner because a good 20 or so of the anomalies was just, oh, it's the TNT again, but now it's over here. So I kind of feel like the game had a quantity over quality issue when it came to the anomalies. But it still was pretty well made, honestly, all said. Like, it's definitely not a bad game. Yeah, we reviewed the game back in September 2024. Actually, I guess Char played it now, maybe. Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna check out their new game. They just kind of just emailed us randomly. They were like, hey, we made another one, basically. And apparently this will have a horror mode attached to it later on. But currently doesn't, I believe. Which actually, targeted 10 days did the same thing and had a horror mode added on as a free update. Which, again, I appreciate that. It's free content update. Always appreciate it. Yeah, it just shows that they care. But yeah, Glitchy Cute Loop is our next one we're going to be playing. Now, this is a bit different. Because this is the most kawaii XA like we have literally ever seen. It was described to us as having 3 difficulties, and the easy mode is good for, like, children, and the hard mode is, like, actually really challenging even for adults. And, yeah, it's a super cute Spot the Difference game. It has capybaras, and strange things are happening in the home of the cute little animals. The Ghost Patrol wants to give everyone a donut before bedtime, but they can only do so if everything and everyone is in their proper place. However, the Overeager crew is always trying to prank Glitchy the little ghost, coming up with new tricks every day. They hide, rotate pictures, repaint the room, or rearrange the furniture. Help Glitchy the ghost find these anomalies. During the game, look around the cute house, check every detail, and find the differences in the level. If everything is correct, help Glitchy by choosing the green door. But if you feel something is wrong, simply choose the red door. If you help Glitchy 8 times without a mistake, you successfully complete the game, and Glitchy will be very happy. In this escape room style game, you can put your observational skills to the test. The core of Cute Loop. Every day brings new challenges. The repetitive gameplay always hides new mysteries. The location will be familiar, but the task never is. More than 90 clues are waiting to be found. I wonder if this will be another quantity over quality thing. That being said, with a very unique aesthetic like this, that might be okay. Honestly, we'll see. Save game, pick up right where you left off. The game is single player, but you can share the controls with your friends using stream remote play together. That seems kind of random, but sure, why not? Achievements. The game doesn't end with the easiest level. New harder challenges and missions await. Earn the Ultra Donut achievement, so everyone gets a treat. I do like Ultra Donuts. Those are, yeah, they're kind of like Mega Stones, but they're very fattening. Low system requirements, optimized from the ground up for lower NPCs. That's appreciated. We do appreciate a developer that optimizes. And actually, if you now think about it, well, Targeted 10 Days was not like the best game ever. Actually, where did we put it on the tier list? Let's take a look. I think it was a B rank game, or let's see. We may have ranked it C or high C. No, let's see. Where did Targeted end up on our list? Oh, actually, we put it high A. Yeah, it had some repetition issues, but it was really well made, honestly. So it actually got into A. I actually forgot how high it got. Yeah, so it's actually up here. I think we initially put it S rank, and then like when we realized it's kind of like a little too repetitive with its anomalies, we moved it down to A. It didn't really suffer that much though, because it really wasn't any huge issue that it was repetitive. But it did have a quality over quality issue a little bit. So the quality was still there. It's really just nitpickiness, but it would have been nice for them to prune down the anomaly list on that game. So this one has 90 clues. So I wonder if this will also be a little too many anomalies that aren't interesting. And I mean, I'm sure it will still have interesting anomalies because I mean, Target 10 did too. But yeah, Target 10 ran really well as well, if I remember correctly. So they seem to know what they're doing with optimizing their games, which is appreciated. A lot of developers, not just in the X and 8 genre, but in general, do not optimize their games. So it's nice to see developers that actually focus on doing that. That's something we appreciate. Are you ready for the challenge? Only the sharpest eyes will survive the day. Survive? I thought this was just about getting a donut or not. Now it's about survival. Okay. Please note, Cute Loop is designed primarily for children. For adults, only the medium and hard difficulty levels will provide a real challenge. However, thanks to the countless anomalies, it offers high replayability and can still reveal something new, even after several hours of play. Despite saying it's primarily for children, I gotta say, Doesn't this game give Spooky's House of Jump Scares energy? Doesn't it kind of have that vibe? If you don't know Spooky's House of Jump Scares, it's a really cute game on the surface, but then it gets really creepy later. I don't know if this will get really creepy. I guess it will, because they told me in email that this will get a free update. That will be a horror mod, so it will get creepy later. It's not currently, I don't think, but later they will add a horror version. So we'll see what that's going to make a very Spooky House of Jump Scares-esque, I think. So, but yeah, it really does have that style of spooky. So let's see what we got here. But yeah, I'm gonna launch this. This is the first game we're gonna play. And like I said, I got a review key for this, so thank you very much. It's nice of the targeted 10 days developers to reach out to us again. They remembered us. They remembered us from playing their previous game, so they appreciate it. Maybe one of the stuffed animals has a skull in it. Oh no, there's a whole skeleton inside one of the stuffed animals. Ah, that'd be kind of creepy, actually. Let's see, English. Yes, do English. Hi, welcome to the game corridor. The game corridor! Look around carefully, note where everything is. Take a good look at the pictures, animals, and environment. Once you have looked around carefully, go to the green door and enter. Alright. If you do not find any differences, exit to the green door. If you find differences, exit to the red door. Tutorial. Why does it say level 2? It's a weird thing to start on, but okay. Let's see here. So we have... I am stuck in the tutorial until I do it. And let's go to settings. Okay, how is the volume right now? Oh. Sounds a little quiet. But it also sounds like... Yeah, it's a diagetic. Neat. AK Radon 707. Are they the ones that compose this? Oh, jukebox volume. Okay. I guess I'll turn it up. Oh, we get to unlock songs as we go. That's interesting, so we can unlock music. Is maximum volume too loud? Keep in mind this jukebox will get quieter the further away I am from it. I'll turn it down a little bit. How's that? Okay, I got kind of quiet at that time, but... Here you can see the difference when you made an error. Why is there like a scroll bar on this? Oh, that's not really a scroll bar, it's like a chalk hanging. I thought that was like a scroll bar. No, it's chalk hanging from a cord. I thought that was a scroll bar. Yeah, it gets a little loud if I approach the zoom box now, but that should be a good volume. And it looks like that's a pretty loud click sound, but I think that's probably fine. I'm going to turn the crosshair on. We'll see how the volume works out. If it feels too loud, just let me know later. I'm going to turn the crosshair on because it makes life a little easier. But, yeah, so... Oh, hello. So, alright. So, the room is... Okay, so, like... Look at the... Okay, so I'm going to immediately criticize something here. Do you guys remember what we talk about with environmental flow with X and 8 likes? I immediately see something to criticize here. We find the best X and 8 likes are ones where you can walk through a corridor from start to end, and basically when you get to the end, you've seen everything by walking down the path, basically. There should be one main path that lets you see everything, more or less. This looks like that's not the case here. It looks like... Oh, it's... Okay, thank you. Okay. It looks like in this case, you walk this way, then you turn right and walk into a dead end to check it. Then you walk back, then you keep going. Then you turn right and walk into a long dead end to check it, then walk all the way back, and then you can leave. That's not the best flow for an Exit 8 like. In fact, that's pretty bad flow. We'll see how the game actually uses it. Maybe it's okay with how it uses it, but just judging from the map shape, that's not the best. And actually, now I think about it, that was one of the reasons Targeted 10 Days didn't get S rank as well. Its environment was kind of an open parking garage, so you could kind of find your own path to navigate that was sort of efficient, but it wasn't the best flow. There were like little dead-end areas you had to check and such still, like that one maintenance tunnel. But, I guess technically there's a window here, so I guess I can look in here. So I don't have to necessarily walk down this entire corridor, but it might still be better to do so. Who knows what's on the back of this wall, for instance? But yeah, let's go. So, anyways, if you never joined an X8 like stream, we need to immediately pay attention to everything. So let's start with just the ground. So it's like a rocky texture. And the walls are clouds and stars, it looks like. Clouds and stars. Red trim at the top, blue trim at the bottom, and these things matter. They might change color. We got a starry night. Oh, look at the moon. It's ready for night. It has a nightcap. So we have cute moon with a hat. Silly is just gray. Okay. So I don't know if I think that the zone we need to care about is everything past these arrows, probably. I assume. But I don't know for sure. I'm guessing that's the case. I'm guessing this intro area doesn't matter. So anything past here. So we have Glitchy here. I think they're going nom nom. They have a donut. They have one glitchy eye. Their left eye is glitchy. That's why they're named Glitchy. Oh, yeah, I was expecting them to turn around, but actually, yeah, that makes more sense. They can just go through the wall. Okay, and we got a bunch of artwork. So let's see here. So the first thing I noticed is these pillows when we enter. So these pillows got orange, pink, and blue kitties. They each have a different expression. This one's really, this one, and this one, And then, oh, there's Glitchy again. And then, I guess, of course, we can look at the moon, easily enough. They are holding a pink donut. Okay. And we have Fleshy Fox just sitting there. We have an axolotl. Achoo! That, you sneezed on me. Now I'm gonna get sick. Axolotl germs. That's a lot of axolotl germs. Oh, that's okay. You're cute. I'm gonna catch the cute virus. They have a very big tail. So they kind of spin, sneeze at you, and wave. Okay. They're pink. Achoo! Achoo! So we have little feral fox city, having a little fox sit. This one's having a normal sit with some, looks like he has a cotton ball. Little white fox. Then we have a robot and a robot tunnel. For robots only. Turn around, I want to see you. It's like a cat robot. Cat robot, huh? With a heart on its chest and... okay. Blue eyes. And it hovers. Cat robot, what is this? What is this, Voices of Void? And then we have, on the end of this hall, we have capybara with a butterfly. We have some picture books for the fox and the cat and the chick. Okay, and there's one more book behind the middle one. We've got a bunch of lights thrown over the place, which I'm just going to kind of casually... like, there's 3 strings at the end of this hallway, 3 strings over here. They're always in sets of 3, it looks like. Okay. We've got these arrows on the wall that tell me where to go, I guess. We got a window. So we have 2 windows here. We have one window in this hallway, 1 window when you're entering. This hallway has a total of 4 windows. And this hallway has a total of 2. Okay, so there's a total of 7 windows within the play area. There's also an 8th window outside the play area. Okay, what's this? I don't know what this is trying to tell me. But, okay. Loop, something about a loop, and it's, like, marked off, like, nope, no loop. No loop here, I guess? Achoo! Achoo! Don't rotate. There's like a kindergarten or a little area of Rocky's part of my headspace. Oh, that's neat. Don't recycle, maybe? No, Targeted was actually pretty good, by the way. We just had some nitpicks, but it was overall extremely high quality. Especially for Exit 8 likes. So we have Glitchy here, and they have a little portrait of a donut. Okay, this is really useful, actually, because if the picture and the character don't match in some way, like the donut's a different color or something, I can use the picture as well as the character to, like, compare in case something changed between them. Alright, so... I'm sorry, the robot tunnel. We have an octopus. So they're green with red arms. They bubble you if you approach. They use bubble on you. Watch out, Bubble Beam is dangerous sometimes. But he's very cute, so it's okay. And then we got more pillows here. It's actually a different color range. Previously it was orange, pink, blue. This one is blue, green, lighter orange, I guess. Same face arrangement, though. Same, ooh. Hi. Okay. And then... just occurred to me. This robot only moves when you're looking at it. He literally stops moving if I'm not looking at him. That's weird. Like, whatever animation he's doing, he just pauses it until I look at him again. Huh. Okay, well, anyways, we got a bear. Got the same picture book arrangement as before. A unicorn. They're blue, and then pink, and then green. They have stars. There's a lot of stars around here, actually. So don't recycle, maybe? Maybe no recycling allowed in this household. That's it. Can you go through the window? No, I'm not a ghost. Only Glitchy is a ghost. Then we got the axolotl. That's very cute. Then we have Heart Cat wearing a shirt. Meow. Meow. And looking up these windows, all the windows show the same thing, just the moon. No rotating allowed. Meow. Then we got cat with carrot. Or sorry, cat. No, rabbit. Rabbit with carrot. That's not a cat. And again, the no. I'm gonna assume this will update. Okay, and then we got more pillows. So this is blue, green, and then the light orange. We got. You look like a Care Bear since you have a thing on your. Oh, hello. You're like a butterfly slug cat, almost. You do spins and you drop crystals, I guess. I don't know what I call you, but you're okay. And then we got a blue bunny here. They have kind of a Care Bear belly. They're also apparently a plush. They're like a squeaky toy. They're a squeaky toy. They have a blue donut on their chest. Okay. Unlike Glitchy's pink donut. And they have that pink donut. And then we got a pink donut balloon. That's Glitchy's signature pink donut. Stole it from Homer, probably. Let's see. And then we got Capybara. That's a very strange sit you're in, buddy. Oh, they kissed me. Yippee! We talked to everyone. I got an achievement for talking to everyone. They also have butterflies, which makes sense because their picture has a butterfly. Yee. And then one more pink balloon over, one more pink donut balloon here, and then another pile of the pillows. Then we have cactus with a butterfly. A butterfly, careful where you land on a cactus. And they've got a nice little mood setting. Okay, there's something on the back of this, so technically I could look through the window to see most details. But I still need to walk down the tunnel, probably. At least there's a spread. But yeah, nice little petal, like 5-petal flower table and a mushroom. Little mushroom lamp. Red mushroom. Okay. Alright then. This game was made for Tucky. This is a game that feels very appropriate for me to play, I agree. Okay, so I've learned. And then there's 2 pillows between the doors. Okay. So that's the environment. I know it. So anybody who's new to XA likes you might be wondering to yourself why it took so long traveling through here. Well, the reason is we have to really this is the vanilla loop. We're being given the vanilla version of the environment, and we definitely need to learn the vanilla version of the environment. Also, Glitchy has like a red shadow following him. But yeah, what we do with XA likes is we scrutinize the vanilla loop of the area if it gives us that. Sometimes the game starts us with a non-vanilla loop, which kind of sucks, but yeah, we learned. So we'll go through now. Ace Attorney? That's just the Ace Attorney sound. You move to the first level. Now, look around again to see if there's anything strange. If something is not like how it was before the starting level, choose the red door. If everything looks fine, go through the green door. What difficulty are we on? I guess this is still tutorial. Okay. So now we gotta look for a difference. Achoo! This way. Was his heart always yellow? I feel like it may have not been, but... You know, Glitchy moves actually quite fast. I don't see any differences. Squeaky is gone? Oh wait, yeah, no, you're right. Squeaky's gone. No, that's yeah, there should not be an empty window. That's a good point. Okay. Congratulations, you did a good job. You found the audio. You're now ready to go exploring on your own. You can return to the tutorial level every time from the menu. Okay. Kizzle it. Blue Bunny missing. You guys, okay, yeah, you guys are a little more ahead of the game than I am. So I guess we'll start on easy mode. Why is it on level 6? Oh, I see. Easy mode starts you on loop 6, so you only have to be 3. I think that's what it's trying to say. But yeah, we just need to... Well, okay, nobody's here. Easy mode might have also just removed everybody. Maybe this is... I'm gonna guess this is a vanilla load of... I'm guessing this is a vanilla version of the room. Yeah, Glitchy isn't here either. They just reduced the number of things in here. The robot's not here. There's very little to memorize now. Cat bar is the end of that. Wolf guy is there. Fox there. Glitchy. Bear. Axolotl. Carrot. Tech cactus. I guess that's the point. I guess just easy mode has less stuff going on. Oh, no, there was actually an anomaly, apparently. I make Glitchy sad. The difference was here in the previous... Oh, wait, that was the difference. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought easy mode was removing the characters to make it simpler. No, that was actually the entire anomaly. Okay. I was a little confused. That was such an obvious anomaly, I didn't think it was the anomaly. Even for easy mode, that seemed like a little too much. Okay, so we are playing by the same rules as the tutorial then. Yeah, tutorial was giving us the environment as a whole. Achoo! Trying to make sure the interactions are the same. Oh, you can hit those. And then they just kind of go for a jig. What color were the windows on the ceiling before? I don't think they were blue. Maybe they were. Yeah, okay, I did mess up. Yeah, okay, I bet it was the windows, wasn't it? Yep, that was it. Okay, I was right then. Alright, I wasn't sure, I was second guessing myself. But yeah, they were pink, just like the borders here are pink. So. Alright. It's okay. Making mistakes in X8 likes actually is a good way to learn them too. Achoo! See, I'm not... I guess we don't care so much for X8 likes that make you go down dead ends to check things, but This environment isn't so large where it's really annoying, at least. Glitchy isn't moving. Also, there's two of them. Alright, well, okay. That one's obvious. The mischievous little animals. You found the anomaly. Oh, wait, is there an achievement for... Let's take a look here. I want to look at the achievement list. How does the achievement list work? There are 16 in total. Okay, it's just... I was wondering if there's an achievement for each one. Oh, we went from level 6 to level 5. So easy mode does have less loops. The number goes down, though. So it's making us do 6 loops instead of 8 for easy mode. Yeah, we'll just do easy mode first. Why not? Easy mode is for children, so that means me, I guess. Which is why I failed it twice, I guess, because I'm still not... No, honestly, the first time I failed just because I didn't believe that was the actual change. It just seemed like too much of a change. I'm sure these interactions with the characters might matter eventually. Rude. What's rude? Don't say rude. There's a cat. Okay, I legitimately think this one's okay. This loop. I might... By the way, the number one thing I'm gonna probably miss is if these pictures are in the wrong order. Like, if they get swapped around, I might miss that. Probably me throwing treats. Hucks puppy treats a Tucky. Oh, you don't need to huck them. Yeah, that's a little painful. Treats for me throwing 2 or 4 puppies, not at them. There we go, that was correct that time. The moon was fine. I still don't understand what this is for. I don't get that. Maybe we'll come and play later. I need to look at the robot for the front, but he was already turning around. Alright, let's see. Oh, blue donuts, and they have a face. That's cute, but also wrong. It's telling you can't loop through. What does that mean? You can't loop through? What do you mean? I don't know. I don't actually know what you mean by that. Adorable donuts. The best type of donuts are adorable donuts. I think there's a reason to beat each difficulty. We might actually see about doing that, depending on how long this takes. I'm going to turn into an axolotl. I'm getting sneezed on repeatedly by them. It's going to turn me an axolotl. I turn around. You're gonna... I need to see their face. Okay, they look fine. By the way, at some point they're gonna, like, change the pillow order, and I'm gonna be really sad because I'm not gonna see it. Probably not in easy mode, but I bet you the colors are gonna change on them. Though I will say that if they change the actual pillows, like if they move the happy closed eye face to, like, the right, I will notice that, because every pillow pile is happy closed eyes, ooh, and then just smile. It's always in that order, I notice. Even though the colors change. So if the colors change, I will miss that. If the emotions change, I will probably notice. This one's ooh and happy face. Okay, happy closed. Because there's a dead end. Oh, it's just so those signs are just telling me there's a dead end if I go this way? Is that what basically it's doing? Okay. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Also, just a note, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of 3 lights. There are sets of 3 strings of lights, 6 types. Not counting the one that's outside of the play zone. Because I think that's what that means. I think everything's fine here. The squeaky is interesting us straightly, because it's just because you're well, you're not even a dog, so that is interesting. Squeaky gets our attention naturally as canines. Hey. You know what? As I was waiting for this robot to turn around so I could see its face, I had a moment where I was like, you know what? This is like Oblivion. This is like the intro to Oblivion, where the Tiber Septim or whatever his name is like, let me see your face. Patrick Stewart saying that. Oh, you have a lot of. You got a lot of. Mostly you've just got oven mitts, but you got a few friends too. Those are just photos superimposed, aren't they? You are the one from my dreams, exactly. I like how... Wait. So, the anomaly was the octopus, and then a clubopus shows up. What? That's kind of funny, actually. Hello, I was summoned. He so happily sneezes on you. Oh. I mean, you do seem a bit anti-gravity, so... That makes sense, but yeah, you're upside down. Party! I just realized I never put that down. There we go. Oh, it switched to me to normal. So it actually kind of wants you to go from easy to normal to hard, because it actually put me on normal now. So now we have 8 levels. The standard. Okay, sure. Let's keep going. Technically, for our X8 streams, our goal is to just beat the game. Oh, I can jump. I just kind of realized that. I don't even know why I have a jump button, but... Yeah, our goal is to beat an X8 like at least once, and technically we did that, but that's easy mode. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. By the way, is anybody here capable of writing down something for me? Because I think I can reliably remember most things here, but I'm a little worried about the pillows changing colors. I feel like I might miss that. So, could somebody write down the color sets in the order in which I encounter them? Basically in the natural order of progression. So first is we're actually gonna call this red. Because I know it's orangey, but there's an orangier one than this. So red, pink, blue. Then blue, green. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I changed my mind. This is gonna be orange, pink, blue. And this is going to be blue, green, yellow. Because I think that's more yellow than... I can crouch. And then we have blue, green, yellow. And then we have blue, green, yellow. Blue, green, yellow. Actually, wait. Blue, green, yellow repeats a lot. Almost all of these are blue, green, yellow. This is the first set that's Orange, pink, blue. So most of them are blue, green, yellow. The first set's orange, pink, blue, and the last two are green and orange. You could argue it's red, but orange is fine. Achoo! Thank you. Thank you. Just somebody just kind of casually keep track of those for me if they can. And I'll try to keep track of everything else. Is that a different color butterfly? No, I think it's the same. I think we're good? Unless them all being... Well, we'll know in a second if it's an anomaly. It could be, you're right. But it isn't, so that's just actually how it is. Also, I'm gonna snack. I'm getting a snack. I just realized I should get a snack. Okay. So yeah, that's actually... Yeah, most of the pillows are just the same color set. Like, the first one's unique. Second, third, and fourth are all the same, and then the fifth is just a set of two. So... Also, it should be noted that every picture is lit by a light that is yellow. So if that light changes some other color, or even just white, then that's the anomaly. Butterfly is the same. The other butterfly on that picture, and then with the capybara, it's a different color. I think, because they also have a butterfly in their picture. Where is it? Oh, I know this is yellow. It's yellow butterfly in both. Okay. You seem to have your normal donut. You sneeze on me like normal. Oh, somebody's missing. Oh, yeah, I should have noticed that. Every window has an occupant. Oh, robot's missing. I'm thrown off a little bit by the Ace Attorney sound. Like, that's the sound of finding a clue or having a moment of wonder. The next Ace Attorney. Like, it's literally just the same sound bite. It's not even, like, similar. It's the same sound. I think it's the same exact one. Turn around. Let me see your face. Okay, you're normal. Achoo! Yum yum yum. Glitchy making yum 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 sounds. What's funny is, since we talked about the pillows, I now can kind of memorize their colors. Sometimes it's helpful to talk about something and then you remember it better. Like, just talk about some random object and you'll remember the object better. That's a little trick. Yeah. You know, I just realized there's something I forgot to consider. There's a really random thing I didn't actually pay attention to. The number of arrows on the wall. That could be a hard mode change, I bet. Do the unicorn change colors? No, they're normal. They're the purple. They are, well. Didn't I say purple, pink, and then green? No, I think blue, pink, green was what it was, though. I think it was blue. I think they're fine. But yeah, one thing I didn't consider was counting the number of arrows on the wall. So there's 5 arrows on this hallway. And 5. Okay, it's 5 and 5. That's easy. That's easy to remember. Jump! Oh, you can actually climb with him. I think everything is fine here. Yeah, I think the unicorn's okay. And everybody else's colors seem fine. Colors are a good thing to pay attention to because it's a subtle change. You can have the exact same graphic but a different color, and you can kind of miss that. It's pretty easy to miss that. I'm better at remembering, like, the order something is in. For instance, if these books ever get out of order, I will notice. But remembering color is a little harder, so that's definitely something worth noting. Like, if the background of this fox image changes, like, to blue, I just wouldn't notice. So, for instance, the backgrounds all seem to be kind of a peachy color. More or less. They're a little different for each picture, but more or less a peach. They're either, like, yellow like this, or they're pink like this. So if we see a dramatic color that isn't yellow, pink, or maybe a little orangey like that, if we see, like, a blue or a green... Okay, well, that's not true. The cactus has a blue, which might be an anomaly. I hope it isn't. That would actually be kind of subtle. I think we're good here. I don't see any problems. I blame the intro, but you're the emperor and it's the next thing. Like, that sounds very silly. Spot the difference in the prisoner's cell. Alright, anyways, that was correct, so let's continue. Achoo! I need to see both sides of you. Let me see your butt! That doesn't have quite the same dramatic ring to it, does it? For some reason, I thought that cotton ball was a different color. I think it's fine. The characters remind me of little emojis. They do. They have that kind of vibe. And while some of this art feels AI generated, I'm pretty sure they drew it. I'm pretty sure they just made it. It doesn't have the problems that AI art would have. It has a style, like this art style could easily be done by AI, but each picture would be a little inconsistent. But the art style is way too consistent for each picture. I was thinking about this. For instance, you know how I can tell this is probably not AI? If you look at the brush strokes on this, you can actually see actual drawing. Like, you see how it gets thinner there, and then it gets thinner there, and there's a little... See how there's a little gap there where the lines don't connect and the color is bleeding through? That feels very real artist to me. That feels very real artist, having that little extra bit where the line doesn't connect, you have a little color just stick it out a little bit like that. That feels very anti-AI. I figured I'd just mention this because, like, it feels like actual art being drawn. So I think we're good here for this artwork. Like, there's just something an AI wouldn't bother doing, or if it did it, it would do it weird. Weirder than that. That's just a natural brush stroke. So, like a digital pen stroke. Yeah. By the way, I'm just gonna say this right now that if you had a house, if I was in a house that had like a little tunnel you could just step up to and it was a cool spirally star tunnel, I would just climb in there. Absolutely. Wait, can I? Ah, dang it. I can crouch and jump, but I can't actually go in. Darn. That, I don't know, it's just, you know, it's just connected to rooms with a weird tunnel, but I would like it very much. Oh, hello. So, the rule of thumb with X and 8 likes is if you just had a vanilla loop, then be very suspicious of the next loop. We just had a vanilla loop, so I really think something is wrong here. It could be fine, but usually if you just had a vanilla loop, you need to be very careful. Because the next loop is more likely to have something wrong with it. That being said, I can't see anything wrong here. Have you guys seen anything weird? I kind of feel like everything's good here. Except for that cotton ball just looking a little different. I don't know, it looks a little more purpley than I used to, but I think I just wasn't paying attention to it. How many lights do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Check the books and arrows. The arrows are correct. Oh! Oh! The number one anomaly that trips us up is the "this isn't here now" anomaly, where they just remove something. Yeah, there should be books here. There are no books. Thanks for mentioning the books, King Julian. Because I went to check the books and I was like, wait. Now, I got thrown off because there are books over here. Wait, actually, no. No, actually, I think all the books are missing. I think both bookshelves. There just aren't books. There are no books. This is a more illiterate loop of the room. How terrible. I mean, they're probably just picture books, you know, that you just open and you look at the pictures. But still, literacy! They stole our books. Yeah, omission of details is the hardest thing to spot, I generally find. Oh, Dragonite. I catch the Dragonite. Dragonite is good, they are chippy. How close are we? Level 3, we got 3 more to do. Okay. Yeah, see this bookshelf, that was missing. Yeah, there's like, whoa. Oh, I thought there were 6 there. I miscounted. By the way, while we don't like going through little side paths, but honestly, this game isn't too bad about it. This is not a very large environment, technically, and you do have a sprint button, so it's not too bad. We still prefer one linear corridor for these sort of games, but this is not really a big deal. Also, the windows do help. You can you might be able to shortcut. Like, for instance, like, let's say I just started, and I look in here and I'm like, wait, there's something just wrong there. Then you don't have to walk down the hallway. So I do appreciate the windows at the end of the hallways, because they might save you time. You might be able to spot something wrong without having to go down the hallway. Basically. So there was some thought put into the design of this, even if it does use 2 dead ends. Do you notice that this guy seems to get smaller and bigger? Like, he's always done this. It's just sometimes he seems smaller and sometimes he seems bigger. I don't know. I don't know how he's doing that. He just kind of changes sizes. I like this dark corner. It's cozy. I put a curtain over this window and then put down some pillows and then nap place. Grab all the cat pillows,
Nice.
pile them here. Cat nap place. Awesome.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I was doing a bit of an extended stream, so I just came from it.
Oh, well, that's kind of you to be here. I understand if you can't stick around very long because you were just streaming. What were you doing?
I was just doing some Gravekeeper and end up doing for quite a while.
Esther really likes that game a lot. He's a big fan. But yeah, I'm guessing you got the free. They're offering it for free for a bit, so I assume you got it. I think they might still be offering that if anybody's interested. I don't know if it ended, but Graveyard Keeper is free.
I think it ended, but yeah, I think it did end, but it has a 80% discount still, though.
Oh, that's still pretty high. That's actually like one of the higher discounts. Yeah, it's not exactly our genre, but Esther gives it quite a few accolades, so it's probably a really good game.
Yeah.
I can't find anything wrong. Which is kind of good for you since you just joined. You can kind of see what vanilla looks like, but I got kissed. The cat bar is cute. Oh, they're all cute, really.
Yeah, a lot of the things.
Yeah, I don't see anything off here. I think we're good. Are we missing anything in any objects? I don't think so. There's an easy way to tell if we're missing either a character or a painting. If we're missing a character, there'd be an empty window, and every window should have somebody in it. Secondly, there's a picture for every character, plus, in addition to that, there is a white cat, and actually, I guess technically the white cat is at the end. They just are wearing a shirt, so they look a little different. But there's a picture for every character. In addition to every character in the windows, there's also a bear and a fox, which are not here. Everybody else should have a picture accounting for them. So there's a picture frame for every character in the windows, plus 2 more, basically. I mean, technically, because these are both bunnies. They're not the same bunny, but bunny. Technically what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, same 3, because there's no cactus either. So there's 3 extra pictures. There should be 3 more pictures than there are characters, basically. And yeah, I can't find anything wrong, so I will, just keep going.
So yeah, I forgot that the same dev is from the Targeted or such.
Yeah. And while Targeted had its issues, it is a very high-ranking A game because it was well optimized. A lot of effort was put into its environment. They had the free content update with the horror mode. I mean, they did a lot right, even if the game was a bit bloated with anomalies. This one, I don't remember how many anomalies Targeted had, especially for its normal mode, because the normal mode just repeated the dynamite over and over again a lot. And this one, it states that this game we're playing right now has 90. Since there's 3 difficulties, I think that seems okay, since you're going to add more in for later difficulties. That might be alright. Because if easy mode has its own anomalies, and hard mode has its own anomalies, and maybe medium too has its own anomalies, that means 30 per, or something of a split like that, which is a little more reasonable. Okay, let's see. Yeah, honestly, his slow turn is kind of unsettling. And also, the devs did confirm that this is going to get a free content update like targeted 10 days. Oh, there's two glitchies. There's not supposed to be two of them. This will also get a horror update, apparently. So this game is designed to be family friendly, at least in its normal mode. So I guess the horror mode will be. I wonder if the horror mode's going to be a cute horror mode where it's like not showing like blood or gore and stuff. It's just being like spooky. I think targeted 10 days, its main failure was, one, too many anomalies, for its normal mode at least, and two, though I think the horror mode also had too many anomalies, didn't it? Didn't the horror mode also feel a bit bloated? I can't remember.
Yeah, a little bit.
Though at least the horror mode had the benefit, though, of being, like, weird and supernatural, you didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
Because
So they have more interesting stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I don't personally think having a lot of anomalies, and thus a few of them are lower quality, is necessarily a terrible thing for these games. Nor do I think that having the environment be realistic and having the anomalies be realistic is necessarily a bad thing. Like, if you want to ground it within the realm of non-fiction, as far as like this could physically happen, because Targeted 10 Days did both. That was the problem. Was its normal mode was both loaded with too many anomalies, plus they had to stick to grounded anomalies because of the way they designed it, because of the plot and stuff. I think when you combine those two things together, that's what kind of hurts the game a little bit. But I mean, Targeted 10 Days still is like a middle A ranked game, and I think it does deserve that because the level of quality. And one thing we really do have to. Oh, somebody's missing. We have lost our axolotl that sneezes on us. But also, we have to... This game here that we're playing right now, its Steam description mentions its optimization. They've made a focus towards optimization. So if you have a lower-end computer than even us, this could still run just fine for you. The top left looks like a Pokeball.
I can see it.
Hello, Shika.
Hello, Chica. Oh, you have a different avatar than normal.
Hold on, I'm gonna change it back.
Donut Gourmet.
Someone.
Oh, I see the photo. No, it totally looks like a... It looks like... You know what it honestly looks... It's supposed to be a donut. It's supposed to be a half-glazed donut, right? The icon on the upper left?
Yeah.
You know what it makes me think of? It looks like the logo for some, like, Pokemon bakery. Like you'd find in one of the games.
Yeah.
Like, that looks like a perfect Pokemon bakery logo. We're now on hard mode. Donut Ball. Donut Ball. Specialty Pokeball. Catch the Pokemon and their weight goes up.
I would eat a donut ball. Give it to me.
Let me do a quick fix for reactive. Tap 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 tap. So whenever people, I'm glad you guys are joining, but whenever the number changes, I gotta change the size of it. There we go. Okay. And there. I wish reactive could just let me set a static size for everybody. That would be perfect. Maybe eventually it will. Were there pillows there before? Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Okay, so this is hard mode. Keep in mind, we're on hard mode now. Now things get serious, so let's pay close attention. You know what's weird? An easy mode anomaly was this ceiling window frame changing to blue. That honestly feels more like a medium or even hard difficulty change, but it was on easy mode when that happened. Kind of surprising, really. Achoo! Are we unlocking new music? I didn't... Let's see. Oh, we are! Let's start changing the music.
Right.
I don't know how we're unlocking the music, but we have unlocked quite a few.
Why does this music sound straight out of Animal Crossing?
It really does. It's very Animal Crossing. kind of like turning the music volume up, actually, because it's a very... If I do that, it's very loud next to the jukebox, but I mean, like, it's diegetic, so... Most of the time I'm not, so... Wait a minute. Oh, I see. He kind of drops at certain points, okay. I don't know what he's dropping, it looks like rocks. Yeah, I might turn up the jukebox a little bit, because it really does get quite quiet when you step away from it. Also, I can't seem to find anything wrong. Let's see. Pokemon Fat for mod, use the donut ball to chocolate the Mon's pie. Exactly! I'm sure that would be a great idea, actually. Yeah, let's just maximize it. It's really not that loud. My uncle had Diegeties too, always a struggle. Diegeties. Diegeties? I don't even know. Are you referencing something there? I was trying to look to see if somebody misspelled diabetes at some point, but I don't see it. Diabetes? I don't know. Is that a joke, or did you just do a bad misspelling? If your uncle had diabetes, I am sorry to hear that, though. We honestly might have it ourselves. I don't know. We need so many health checkups.
We have pre-diabetes.
What is that?
The opposite of diabetes. We have too much insulin in our body.
Oh, that's just as bad, I think, right?
Yeah.
You have to take something for it?
Yep.
Yeah. Meow. I'm not saying anything wrong. Now, this game, by the way, I will compliment this game quite a bit. If I do mess up, the game will give us a little... On the map that's next to the start, as we'll now see, because I just made a mistake, it'll tell us where the thing that we messed up on is. So let's... Oh, everywhere?
Oh, yes, you forgot the everything.
I checked the... Well, that indicates to me the... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3... 5. There's 5 windows. Okay, it's not the windows. It's not the silly windows, because the main path says there's 7. 7 things were wrong down the main path. What are there 7 of down the main path?
Pictures?
Also, equally spaced, too. The pictures? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4... No, there's 4. Maybe an issue with the lights? It could... Well... It's something that is in every part of the environment, for sure. I don't know if I should necessarily say that there should be 7 exactly. Maybe that's just a general... Maybe the paw prints are just kind of generally showing me where, not exactly showing me the count. I don't know what was wrong, though. There is one thing I'm thinking of, though. We were looking at the ceiling lights, and I made sure that... ceiling skylights, I was making sure they weren't blue. Was this... The shadows they cast, were they on the ground? I'm gonna actually check the mod. Because that'll be very obvious to see if I'm right about this. Maybe... Or rather the shadows, the light they cast, the light the starry sky cast. People, let me see if that was there or not.
I think it was, but I don't know.
Yeah, they were on the ground. I just looked. Oh. Okay, I'm looking back at the footage. Yeah, you know what? Okay. Yeah, the fairy lights, you're correct. They weren't there. There was none. None of these existed.
Nice.
So that was the problem. Okay.
Good catch.
Alright. Very nice catch. It works, Julie. Julie's good at paying attention. Alright, so anyways, new loop. Let's see. This doesn't start us with a vanilla when we fell. We just go right into it. The tutorial gave us knowledge on the vanilla, so... Yeah, so... Also, these paw prints do not indicate the exact count. This is just indicating that throughout the whole environment something was wrong, which is, of course, the lights, so... Yep. Omission is always one of the trickier things, even if it's something obvious. I mean, I'd like to note Robot said lights. Julian said lights. Yeah. Did anybody actually notice these Christmas lights being on, or whatever you call these?
No.
While we were actually in the level. Yeah. See, a mission is tricky. Even if it's something kind of obvious, seeing something just disappear and then acknowledging that it's disappeared is actually kind of tricky.
Sort of like blended in with the background, so I just sort of like forgot about it.
Yeah. They just kind of blend in after a while. You're just like, that's something the brain does, where it's like, well, this is just there, so I don't need to think about it very hard, basically.
Hold on, is the moon missing?
No. You can only be seen at certain angles. But he's there. And he looks normal. I'm keeping an eye on him.
Yay, sweet.
Everything seems fine here, and we just restarted, so there's not a lot of risk of making mistakes, so I'm just going to say everything's good. I feel like the frames of the windows are tilted weirdly. Yes, that's by default they are. By default they are tilted, because cutesy asymmetry. Time for some cheesy pretzels. Alright, let's see. So for some reason, the frame rate is lower on this particular load, and Glitchy is following me.
I feel like that's the anomaly right there.
Yeah, I already found the anomaly. I'm just wondering why it was kind of weirdly glitchy there. That's weird. I mean, not glitchy, but glitchy isn't glitchy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Oh! Glitchy is using their poltergeist abilities now. Hello, Boston. Nice to see you here. Eee. Wait, we've completed 2 so far. How many loops am I doing? So I guess I'm doing 9, or no, I was doing 10. Right, 10. So hard mode has 10, normal is 8, and easy is 6. Not that big a difference, really. Also making sure everybody's sounds are the same, that's why I keep interacting with them. Just in case they do something weird.
Huh?
Normally you... Oh, he did wave, okay. I thought he did something besides wave, but he could technically do a wave still. I think everything's good. I think so. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's double check his name with the bookshelves. Okay. They seem normal. Yeah, I think we're good. I think considering all the little things that I normally would consider. Oh, you're probably eating pretzels. They kind of let you talk for a while. But that's okay. It doesn't hurt my investigative abilities. Huh.
Oh.
Spiky. That is a silly anomaly. I like that. Cactibara. Cactibara. I need to remember I can change the songs. We got all these lo-fi beats. Come on. I should change them.
Just vibing sick.
Hey.
I think they... No, okay.
It's very strange how the robot refuses to move unless you're looking at him. Though that might be one of the optimizations, thinking about it. Just not having characters... Let's see, does Glitchy move if I'm not looking at them? I think they do.
I think so.
Yeah, they totally are moving without me looking at them. So why is the robot stopping up? That's weird. Is that heart a different color? I also see it's more glowy than before. I'm pretty sure the cat's heart's a different color. Yeah, something, it's like really standing out all of a sudden. Like, yeah.
I do think you're right, yeah.
Extra glowy. I think the color is different too, but yeah, the glowiness is catching my eye the most. Yeah, see, it was red. It was very distinctly red, but now it's normally purple. It's kind of weird that you clapped while going down the tunnel, but I guess that's okay. I think. Yeah, I think he just does his animations whenever, so...
I think the aqua spot.
What's that? You're a little quiet.
Hold on.
There you go.
they're asking if the XLR pick is in the right spot. I think so.
The actual picture.
Yeah, I think it
I
is.
think that's normally where it is. Yeah, yeah. Picture order changing could be another thing that could throw us off. Cactus at the dead end, capybara at the other dead end. I know those are right. Glitchy being there, the fox and the cat being there. I can verify a lot of the. I can't verify every picture. This does feel like everything's normal. Yeah, for that carrot. Yeah, the bunny's across from the bunny. Yeah, if I can find, if I don't notice the other pictures being out of order, it's probably good. And I think the pillow piles are all the same. One at the first intersection, one along the way, two at the very end, and then one set right as you enter there, and then one in the dark area. I think that's normal. Yeah, 3 sets of those particular colors, and then 1 set over here, and then a smaller set over there. Yeah. 5 pillow sets, basically. I think, I do believe we're okay. This hard mode isn't even... I mean, like, we still might mess up on it, but this is easier than some games that didn't even have difficulties, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I think I might have been something wrong with that donut. Ghost, Glitchy. Turned you into a slime. House is not a tedious game. Yeah. At least he was okay with melting because he still had a donut, and that's all that matters. Also, another thing I appreciate is this right here that indicates to you where you need to start looking. A lot of games don't give you this courtesy of letting you know where the play area is. So sometimes I have had to scrutinize. Sometimes we have had to scrutinize intro areas that never ever change because you don't know. Like, some games will be polite, and if an area is an obvious intro area, they won't change it. While other games are like, "Hey, you know the tutorial sign? Yeah, it has some different words in it now. You should have noticed." Like, dang it. Honestly, X8 likes really reveal the character of the developer making them. Because if they want to be rude and BS about it, whether it's because of laziness or because they just want to be mean to the player, it's kind of obvious.
Julian got a good point. Arrows are reversed.
Oh, you're right, they're pointing... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Julian. Julian's got a good eye for this. I'm starting to learn. Because arrows should be pointing inwards, not outwards. Good call. Now this game also quite used to spot as opposed to play of X8 likes term this series. That's because the environment is not overly cluttered with a bunch of stuff that never changes, but also draws your eye. So games have way too many details. This one is not doing that. It doesn't have too many details. Axolotl, did you have horns before?
No.
Was he a devil Loxel? I don't think so.
It was not Devil Oxel.
Are we sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
They look kind of natural on him actually, but I'm pretty sure he didn't have them. Everybody agrees the horns are new? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Damn, this is really standing out. I think they are new. They're cute. Oh, no, no, no. Everybody is a devil. Except for Glitchy.
Oh,
Okay, no, the octopus is also a devil. Who else is a devil? Cat's a devil, that makes sense. Bunny devil. Cappy devil. It's weird that not everybody is.
Candy corn.
It's like a little piece of candy corn. They just stuck to the head, so they're devils. You could already had a horn. That's true. There, we did it. Every difficulty complete. Actually, pretty easy going. I have apparently done half the achievements. Where are the others? One of them is called "You Shall Not Pass," and it says there was nothing wrong. What?
is there a bell wrong?
Actually, I have a hunch how you get that. There's also just finding everything. Basically, is the rest of the achievements. One of them is listen to all the music too. Actually, I have a hunch what "You Shall Not Pass" is. Let me go to tutorial. I'm gonna guess that if I go to the tutorial and then I say... oh jeez, the tutorial? Yeah. So the tutorial, if I just try to, like, pick this door. No, I was thinking that if you pick the wrong choice in the tutorial, maybe that's the achievement. I don't know. I'm not sure now. I still haven't unlocked all the music, actually. I'm not even sure what that determines that. Yeah, this is kind of an easy... Oh. I like that one.
They vibe.
They're vibing. They're trying to listen to music, too. Yeah, I could keep playing. I don't mind this one being easier. I'm actually curious about it. Yeah, this is a $5 game, currently 20% off. That seems fine. It's well polished for what it is. It's not a super long experience. It doesn't take that long to beat anyways, but I will say that there are, I think they said there is 90, right? And I apparently haven't even gotten the achievement for finding 20 clues. Which I guess... I have the 10 clues one. So wait, have I found under 20 of the 90 anomalies then? So I guess you could keep playing this for quite a while. Even after being it. As to whether or not you'd want to it depends. These anomalies are kind of a little bit passive. They're not the most exciting ones. I mean, the floating books were moving around, and some of these anomalies are interesting, like Glitchy following you and stuff. But so far, a lot of these anomalies are a little bit basic. I think that makes sense for the easy mode, considering that's actually literally geared towards kids, so maybe they should be kind of basic. But to be fair, if you do something a little more fantastical, that would stand out really well to kids too. But I'm definitely not wanting this, like, on some extent, like, I'd like the scary things to happen, and like a monster to chase you're saying, like that adds to it a lot. I'm not expecting that out of this game, because obviously this one isn't really even going for that vibe. Maybe the horror mode might, but the current mode, that's not the point, so. I'm not bothered by its, not having that sort of thing, but I still feel like there should be more interactives. So there's a timer also. Yeah, you can do speedrunning if you want. You can turn off the timer, it's optional. I don't think it ties into achievements either. Oh, that wasn't... Okay, there you go. It's something a little more interactive like that. I have a feeling the hard mode still has, like, easy and medium difficulty anomalies that can pop into. I'm pretty sure hard mode has them all. I think that's what's going on here. Some of the ones we've seen in hard mode aren't really that difficult to spot, I feel like. I don't know, I'll do another loop, and then probably call it. I would probably say that 90 anomalies is, again, a little too much for this game. Like, I appreciate it's not overly cluttered and not overly, like, long environment, but also this environment's simplicity really indicates to me that 90 anomalies might be a bit much. Like, there's only so much you can do in this environment, I feel like. But it depends on... The problem, of course, for reviewing these X8 likes is it's entirely possible if we see if we see like 20% of the anomalies and they're the most boring ones, then our experience with the game is, oh, this kind of has boring anomalies. But that same game might also have 20 really interesting anomalies we could have seen, in which case we'd be like, that was really interesting. So it's the problem with reviewing these games is your mileage may vary. You're going to get a different RNG stack than we do, unless we literally played 100% completion, in which case we have done that in some games, because some games have less anomalies and are easier. But unless you play 100% completion, you don't really know what the quality of all the anomalies are, you know? Which makes reviewing these games kind of weird, because you might have a better time with the game than us, or you might have a worse time in a game with us. Than us. Blah. But that still outlines the fact that if a game has a lot of boring anomalies, and thus your experience could be very boring because of that, that's still technically the fault of the devs. Because they chose to have all the boring anomalies, and that was their choice. Oh, okay, what did I mess up on? The signs were too big? What? Oh, yeah, these signs, right. Yeah, given the... I think it's the signs because of the indication marks. So these were too big? Okay. Oh! I see a problem here. The windows behind the guys, they're blocked up for some reason.
They're boarded up.
Depends on when the lowest quality anomalies show up. Hopefully anomalies are all at least above mediocre, though. Honestly, yeah, I would hope that most of them are above that. Now, it is possible for the dev to, like... It's their game, they can engineer this to some degree, so... For instance, if the devs wanted to, they could categorize everything, like, okay, this is... I guess we unlocked songs we just played, because I just randomly unlocked the 10th one. But the devs could always, if they wanted to, like, if they know that they have a mix of more, like, passive or less interesting anomalies and they have more interesting anomalies, they could always weigh it in, like... They could always set the RNG to be like, okay, start out the player with some more passive ones, but then after a certain number, make sure to grab one of the more interesting ones or one of the more exciting ones. They could add, exciting moments into their game if they just program the more exciting anomalies to show up every now and then for sure, basically. Not necessarily saying that it should be really static, like, oh, very particular one. But, like, you could categorize. You could have, like, these are the more passive ones, these are the more active ones. Make sure to do, like, a 3-to-1 spread, or something like that. And then the game will naturally throw the exciting stuff at the player without fail, eventually. So they will not miss out on those things. Like, you can do that, technically. 10 comes from failing? No, I think it was. I think I just unlocked the last success actually. Yeah, because I just hit 20 clues, so I guess that, and what that means is I've basically found 20 anomalies, which, you know, technically speaking, since this game doesn't start with a vanilla loop, I'll be honest with you, after you've beaten easy, normal, and hard mode, technically speaking, the easiest way to then get the rest of the achievements would be to just pick the red door over and over again. Because you're always in an active loop, so if you just keep picking red door, you'll eventually get everything. At this point. Of course, that's the I just want to win, I don't want to have fun approach, but...
Eh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure hard mode doesn't actually have just the hard anomalies, because, like, some of these are a little too easy to find. I mean, I would say that this game is priced fairly, but I think this game's a step down, technically, from Targeted 10 Days. I don't feel like it's quite as good, though I do appreciate the aesthetic. I can kind of tell, though, this is probably slightly lower effort than Targeted 10 Days. Wait a minute, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be there. Yeah. They swapped the paintings, but I did notice. That song is going quite hard, actually.
It really is.
Wait a minute. I noticed, though, I'm also been curious about something. Oh, you have a mushroom now. Nom, nom. I don't know if you should eat that. I guess you're already a ghost, so it's okay if it's poisonous. I'm noticing, too, a subtle thing that we also check for. I don't think I've seen a repeated anomaly, so I do believe that this might only pick a unique anomaly for you. Which means it's actually beatable. Like, it's a lot of anomalies to get through, but that means it is beatable. Because a game that always randomly gives you one, that's almost impossible to get all the anomalies for. You have to roll so many dice. It actually, yeah, say there's 50 anomalies in a game that doesn't give you unique anomalies each time, aka it can repeat old anomalies at any time. If that's the case, you have to roll your 50-sided die until you roll every single number, while the other numbers can still roll. Imagine how long it would take you to roll a 50-sided die, or a 30-sided die, say. Because 30 is the general average number for anomalies in these games. Like, just roll a 30-sided die until you get every single side to roll. It will take a while. Because the other sides will just constantly come up and up and up, especially the more you have rolled. I wonder if any of the character interactions change for an anomaly or not. Because they never have changed, actually. They've always been the same. I'd suggest mid-upper B for casual playthroughs. Would I suggest going for 200%? No, I'd say 25%. This feels like a nice little chill game. And it is actually, I would agree with the good for children thing. If you want to just, if you want your kid to enjoy this, spot the difference game, this is definitely a good pick for them, I'd say. Not only because of the aesthetic, but I do think the difficulty, even on hard mode, is something that a kid is capable of doing. I mean, I'm capable of doing it. I'm working with an adult brain, of course, but...
I agree with...
But even without an adult brain, I think you can play this game. Oh, wait, what'd you say, Sheikah?
I agree with mid-upper B.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty appropriate place to put it. This isn't on the same level as Target 10 Days. Target 10 Days had some issues, but it had a lot going on for it too. A lot going for it too. Kids, non-horror fans, newbies, next 8 likes. Yeah. So there will be a horror update to this, so I don't know. At that point, non-horror fans may want to avoid that mode, but I don't know.
I mean, probably just decorate.
Okay, Sheikah, you need to get closer to your mic. I cannot hear you.
Is this better?
Yeah.
For all you know, they could be like kawaii Halloween.
Cowboy Ehal? What?
Kawaii Halloween.
Oh, is that a word that you're saying?
Kawaii is cute in Japanese.
Oh, kawaii. Kawaii. Wait, how many syllables did you put to that word? It sounded like
Is that
4.
not how you say it?
It's a 2-syllable word, and I think you put 4 syllables to it, which just had me very confused.
Yeah, I was understanding you saying like a cowboy or something.
It sounded like kawaii, and I was kawaii is what I heard.
I'm sorry, nobody ever corrected me. So
How did you get 4 syllables? I understand mispronouncing things, but 4 syllables with a 2-syllable word, that's a new one. This is harder to rate since it's kid-themed targeted. Well, I think that is some people have trouble rating kid games because it's like, well, it's for kids. The thing is, though, a kid's game should still be generally fun. Like, just because you have a kid game doesn't mean the bar goes down and like, well, it doesn't have to be as fun or as creative. It's a kid game. Like, that's a bad argument, basically. And thus, I think that a kid's game, like, it should be easier, probably, if it's a kid's game, but that doesn't mean it should lack creativity and, you know, variety and all that stuff. It's, in other words, a kid's game doesn't get a free pass to be worse, basically. Kawaii. I guess it is maybe 3 syllables. I say it with 2.
Yes, it is.
I never said it outside of how I always say it. I never knew it was different.
Speaking of different... Oh, is something wrong with Capybara? No, it's after Capybara. It's something... Oh, that the window's there, so it's something that would have been after Capybara? Maybe the donut balloon was missing? I thought it was there. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, speaking of missing... The mushroom lab's missing. Cappy Blappy? Happy Blappy, Cappy Blappy, what?
The books are also missing.
What was that?
The books were also missing.
Oh, the books were missing as well? I just noticed that. Oh, robot's blue. Oh, and he has a different symbol. One thing that's tricky to do with these games is speedrun them. You have to, like, have everyone memorized and already know it. So you, oh, well, that's not right. Why are the books so sticky? They can stick to the bottom of the shelf.
Lots and lots of blue.
It looked good blue, yeah. Yeah, the main thing, this game is very different from Targeted 10 Days, but I do think that they're doing the same thing. I think there is one mistake that both games make, and that is just a lot of anomalies, but they're not that interesting. Now, granted, I don't mean to say that some of the anomalies aren't interesting, or that, you know, that that it makes the entire game bad necessarily, but yeah, I feel like these developers put too many. I'd rather these developers do less anomalies for their games, but make those anomalies more interesting. That's what I would prefer. Like more consistently interesting anomalies, but less of them. Would probably be better. But yeah, I'm actually concerned about failure at this point. Because I've already beaten the game mode, so it's really just a matter of going through the levels. So I'll just kind of play casually and see what else I can find. Wait a minute. Are you going the opposite direction? You are going the opposite direction. Or is he going the opposite direction? Maybe not. He just was in a different part of his route than I'm used to.
It's not a different part of the route.
I wonder if the moon will ever actually change.
I'm waiting for change.
Oh! The pillows between the doors are missing.
Oh!
I actually haven't seen any anomalies occur at the actual door area, so that was threw me for a second. Let's see. Yeah. I guess technically you are encouraged to speedrun with a timer though. It actually resets if you fail too. Which I just did. Huh. What is there normally? I guess maybe the pictures? This one and... There's no picture here. No, it wasn't the pictures. What? What was missing? It's something involving the windows, maybe. Or maybe... Yeah, I think so. Huh. I do actually really appreciate this hint board. Kind of tell you, like, where something was maybe wrong. Maybe the skylights? Maybe a couple of them are missing? I guess it's possible. Cute. I like that. There's some cute anomalies.
Yeah, back.
Okay. Yeah, at this point, it really just is a case of just casually playing, not worrying about failing, and eventually getting through. Like, I'm not even at 30. And there's, how many other? Let's see, it said... More than 90. Yeah, so I haven't even gone through a third of them. I don't feel... It's... You know, these devs, like, I just feel like this game gets boring much faster. Like, not even say the game's boring necessarily, but the game does lose its luster faster than it runs out of anomalies by a long margin. I feel like 30 would have been a fair number. 90 plus, I don't know.
Wait, there's 90 in this?
Yeah, there's it says more than 90, so it might be 100 or something. I don't know. But yeah, we have found roughly 25 anomalies right now. I think. It doesn't give an exact count, but I get achievements every 10. And the last achievement was just a little bit ago, and it was 20. And I found a few more since then, so I think I'm at like 25, but there's at least 90. So yeah, I kind of feel done at this point. So the one big criticism I can give this game is anomaly bloat, which is an easy criticism to give, actually, because let's pull up the thing for it. I agree with Mid B. I think this game is still very competent, very well made overall. It's, you know, it's got that level of polish, much like Targeted 10 Days had that level of polish too. But the problem is these devs don't seem to have the, like, I know that we criticized this in Targeted 10 Days too, but I guess they didn't listen too much about it. They have this bad habit of just putting too many anomalies in, and if they were all really interesting anomalies, maybe that would be okay if they constantly kept you wanting to come back. But the anomalies typically, like in Targeted 10 Days, there was a lot of repetition. Oh, it's a dynamite, but it's in a different spot. It's a dynamite again, but it's in a different spot. This game has less repetition. I'll give it credit for that. Like, the anomalies changing here are, each one has a unique detail to it, and some of them are very cute. But a lot of these anomalies are not super interactive all the same. So I feel like having 90 of them is, again, kind of just, it's bloat. And I think bloat is the main problem these devs have with their Exit 8 likes. They want to put so many in. But I really feel like they should put more time on more complex anomalies, but have less of them, compared to having less complex anomalies, but more of them. Plus, I mean, I don't think I could come up with 90 anomalies for this environment and keep it interesting the whole way through. I don't know how they could either, you know? I feel like I could come up with 30, maybe some 30 good ones in here, but like 90 is, no, I couldn't do that.
Not
So
without starting to repeat themes.
Yeah. What's that?
Not without starting to repeat themes.
Repeat themes, or just make it really boring. Like, well, what we saw, like, you know, like, I think we saw pictures swap around a couple times now. But yeah, I think these devs have a lot of talent, but they just have this bad habit of throwing way too many anomalies in. And there is such a thing as too much of something in a game, like, very much so, and I think that's something they have trouble with. But anyways, yeah, I'm thinking mid B for this. Where do I put it, though? I just kind of threw it randomly into the middle of B. Now I gotta think about more specific placement. I think it's actually better than a lot of the games that it's better than, like, at least this RPG Maker one. The Street 10 was a mess. I'd say it's better than that one for sure. I actually think this one might deserve a high B. Despite what I'm saying about bloat, there's nothing really wrong with this game at the same time. Bloat is the biggest issue, but it's not something that really ruins the game. It's just a preference thing. I would prefer more interesting anomalies. I guess that is a more hard critique. I do think more interesting anomalies would be good. Give me more things that animate or move. Like, there's some in this, or give me things that are just really cute. Like placing the bunny in a hat. Technically, that's not a huge difference. It's the same model doing the same animation, but you put him in a big hat. That's not really a very complex anomaly. But it is very cute, and that wins points too, just being, like, clever about it. You know, like, you don't necessarily need to make every anomaly be a really high-effort scripting job. Just make them fun, is all I'm asking. High B, I feel like. Yeah, B, even in B, we do have stuff that, like, a lot of the stuff in B was fun, but had problems. The Street 10, for instance, was a very glitchy mess, but it had a lot of fun anomalies, and, like, I think if I remember correctly, every anomaly got a really dramatic achievement, name, and description, which was a lot of fun, actually. Added a lot to the game. But it was also a glitchy mess where you could see through textures very easily. So, I feel like Glitchy is a far more competently designed game than Street 10. I would say Street 10's technically a little more fun, but way more glitchy. So I think, ironically, Glitchy isn't that glitchy. So I would put it above. I think, actually, I think this is a fair place to put it. Put it below Tantalus. I think Tantalus was that one sci-fi one that actually had some pretty interesting themes going for it. I think this is a fair place to put it. This is not... Honestly, Glitchy here is maybe less interesting than some below it. But its consistency, its quality, its optimization, etc., that does give points as well. Because a lot of these games, like most of the games on this list, have no optimization whatsoever. You guys have seen how some of these games run horribly. So having a developer that is focused on optimization, I gotta give points for that, especially when so few people are doing it. So yeah, I think this is a fair place to put it. As far as pure gameplay goes, I'd probably score it a little lower. But since there's also sum of parts to consider here, quality, optimization, polish, also the theme. It does win points for the theme. I wish it was doing a bit more with the theme, but I think it stands out. Like even on this batter list, like it just stands. Like this little icon here even stands out amongst everything else. So its theme definitely stands out, and I give the points for that as well. And also, I have to consider that since the developers told me insider information, this will be getting a free content update with a horror version, much like they did with Targeted 10 Days, sort of the same idea. So, you know, that's even more content. I do think that this game has a bloat problem, but I think adding in a spooky mode would be fun. And the anomalies that come with that obviously will be a bit different than what's currently in the game, so I think that's a good benefit. Free updates are free content updates are generally something you can appreciate with a Steam game. So, but yeah, I'm gonna put it right there. I think that's a fair place for it. With that being said, oh yeah, we have an achievement list. Oh yeah, here, like you can see more obviously the achievement list here. I can't actually click these, but this is telling what I have. So, yeah, so. Oh, I think I understand. I think I know how to get that one. That's, like, blocked. Oh, I see. So, to get that one achievement that relates to the door, I think I know how you do it. Select something to be wrong when there's nothing wrong. That's all you gotta do. In this case, something was actually wrong, so I won, but... Yeah, I can easily get one more achievement. Yeah, I could probably 100% this achievement list. I was just confused about that one achievement, but now... Oh, hi, you're... Ohio! See, this is what I more want. I want an anomaly where, like, okay, complete a different model, and it goes, Ohio! We want more anomalies like this. Ohio! That's the kind of anomalies I'm interested to see. Oh, so yeah, good morning to you too, Robo. Hey. Okay, I officially found 30. I think that's a good stopping point. Though I'm also just trying to get one more achievement. But yeah, I wonder if there's anything that happens when you complete your achievement list, since it's also tracking it with an in-game menu. It's possible. But yeah, if you just want to get the achievements and it sucks because like when a lot of the anomalies are kind of boring and you're like, just skip through, you might miss something that's actually cool. There we go. I messed up. Yeah, I got the achievement for saying there's something wrong when there isn't, which I previously had not done, and now I have. So now I have that achievement. But yeah, so 40, 50, and then the other three are the other three achievements are: you found all the ghost anomalies, so all anomalies related to Glitchy. Found all original anomalies, the Mischief Maker. I don't know what that means. That is the lowest rated achievement, as in the fewest people have that one. Found all original anomalies. I don't know what that means. But also, I haven't gotten to listen to all the music. But I have.
Well, you got all the music.
Oh, now I have. I think I had to click one. Oh, I see. Because the game defaulted at one, I never clicked one. It needed me to click one to actively, like, select one for it to count. Now I have it. But yeah, I mean, I might casually complete this achievements list on my own later, and then I'll let you guys know if that did anything. I'll just let you guys know in a Discord update or something. But yeah, that was well, this doesn't have a title screen, so yeah, that was glitchy cute loop, and I might or might not come back to this when it has a horror mode update. I don't know. I'll think about it. But yeah, I honestly think that was pretty nice, actually. Like, yeah, a little bit boring because of the amount of anomalies and how many of them don't do a million changes, but there was some cute stuff there. I don't feel like my time was wasted. I feel like that was a nice experience, and it's nice to play something with some actual polish. Because that's kind of rare in this genre. Like, we played some games that were good, but still very unpolished. This is a lot of polish. I wish it was a little bit better. Honestly, Glitchy Frame Studio, they got the polish down. They know how to make a polished, well-optimized game with a unique environment. They just need to improve their Anomaly game. If they could improve their Anomaly game, cut it down a bit, make them more interesting, make them more dynamic, they could easily make an S-rank game if they did that. Because they got everything else down right. They got production down right. They just need to make those anomalies less of them, more interesting. Because it really is a case of, I think they're making so many that they can't spend a lot of time on each one. But if they made less, then they would have more time, dev time to like flesh those anomalies they do have out more. It's really a case of if you are making a ton of something that you can't work as hard on, you know, making them complex, making them more interesting. That just takes more dev time. But I think they should do that. I think they should, like, I would have really appreciated if they make another X8. Like, I hope they make one with like 30 anomalies at most, and then just make sure those anomalies are really interesting. Because keep in mind, like, remember, some X8 likes, some of the anomalies for other X8 likes, like, you enter it in and like, here's a monster and it's chasing you, you gotta dodge it and get to the end. Like, some games take their anomaly so far that you get little like sub games within the game where it's like, okay, now it's a chase scene, you know, and that's really fun. That really shifts things up and makes things interesting. And these devs have never done anything like that, so honestly. So I want to see them do something dynamic, change the gameplay, maybe add a little mini game in with an anomaly. Another thing we've seen with some games, I can't remember which games did this, but there was at least one game where you'd be going through the loops, and if you encountered a particular anomaly, it was like a ghost hide and seek thing, and you all of a sudden had to like go and find the ghost within a short period of time or it killed you. And it was like, that was one of the anomalies. So you had to keep on your toes with that game and games like that. And I think that makes them more interesting because you don't know if you're suddenly going to be thrown into a mini game, and if you lose, you're going to have to restart. So like, you got to keep you on your toes. And, but yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and move on to our wheel of fortune and failure. I don't know. Depends on what we roll, really.
You win.
But yeah, we're gonna play a couple more games probably tonight. We'll see how it goes. One or two. But let's spin. Let's see what we get. Luna Anomaly. Okay. Let me shift our title over for that. Luna Anomaly. Actually, I think this might be one of the ones that I'm intrigued about playing. Like, it might be one of the more interesting ones. Hold on a second. Actually, I guess I could just... I like how you can't start a search with L without getting an SFW game because there's so many things with the word lust in them in the Steam store. I'm just trying to do a search here and it just pops up something involving that. Of course. Anyways, Luna Anomaly. Yeah, this one caught my attention because, well, anime. It's anime. It's got like an anime thing going for its artwork here, and I'm intrigued by that. Like, it might be worth our time. Let's see. But a Luna Anomaly. It says, a restless spirit twists the town around you. Luna Anomaly is a psychological horror game where only those who spot the anomalies can escape. There's also a black cat in this, by the way. A town frozen in time, a spirit that won't let go. Can you trust what you see? Luna Anomaly is a psychological horror game set in 1950s Italy. Okay, so this game already wins points. I mean, look at the environment. 1950s Italy is a unique environment. It's not just another subway station or something. This is a unique environment for an X8 like, so I appreciate that around that. You play as Luna, a young woman trapped in a remote coastal town haunted by a restless spirit. The streets and houses may feel familiar, the reality twists with each cycle. To escape its grasp, you must stay alert, spying anomalies that distort the world around you and exposing signs of haunting before it consumes you. The town is alive with signs of the spirit's presence. Objects shift, shadows linger, and whispers echo through empty streets. With over 40 anomalies ranging from subtle environmental changes to disturbing sights, danger hides in every corner. At the end of the street, you must make a critical choice that will determine your fate. Your survival hinges on your memory, focus, and nerve. Okay, so there's a whole discoveries page which looks like a book. I think this one has high production from the looks of it. Over 40 anomalies to discover, psychological horror rooted in observation, memory, and dread, randomized runs ensure every playthrough feels unpredictable, and an oppressive, immersive atmosphere where every detail matters. The town whispers, the spirit waits. Will you find your way out or vanish like the rest? Contains content not appropriate for all ages, including psychological horror themes, vile blood, and disturbing imagery. So yeah, this one has good vibes, quite honestly. Like, the environment seems interesting. The game clearly has some art design actually put into it, like having a discoveries list in the first place is appreciated. Not a lot of games do this. Not a lot of X8 likes actually give you a menu to see all the things you found, but I very much appreciate when they do that. It's actually very handy, and it helps you track your progress in a diegetic way.
I'm gonna continue talking in chat. I'm gonna lay down in bed.
Okay. Alright, Chica, you have a nice lay down. We'll see you over there.
See ya.
Yee. This game is best experienced with headphones. Game Fan presents. Through the Anomaly. Select language, yes. Okay, I like the framing here where they're just sitting down in, Italy cafe to have some gelato. But there's also mysterious shadow in the background. Okay, so this has a... Let's start with settings. Let me just check them over. Yeah, this is... I mean, as long as it runs fine, I don't really care. We can just leave it. Just want to make sure that... I don't see an FPS option, though, so it might be running unlimited. No, never mind. There's a VSync option, so we're good. Some anomalies require audio to identify. Understood. How is the volume right now? I think it sounds fine. Anomaly hints? Yeah, let's leave those on. They're by default on, so... Okay. So, I'm getting some real good vibes from this already. We'll see. I like how stiffly she's holding her menu. Like, this is the first time I've been to an outdoor cafe. How do I behave? I guess I will read the menu. Let's, so we have the discoveries. Okay. 20 residents vanish in a week. Town curse, say locals. Missing student mystery. Morelli, fresh taste. Everybody's vanishing. Drink some wine. So we have 48 anomalies, and we have, I guess... basically 6 on each page. And as we find them, we will unlock them there. See, that also helps me be more interested to find all the anomalies when you have, like, a literal guide here that's tracking your progress. Like, that's incentivizing, you know? It is stuck in my screen. Do you need help, Mr. Mime? Was it not moving for you? That's kind of funny. But yeah, let's do the tutorial. Oh, let's just... okay. Study your surroundings. To break free from the curse, you must study the environment carefully. Each loop holds the possibility of an anomaly, ranging from subtle environmental changes to haunting visions. So is the volume good? I feel like it is, but you guys let me know. Make your decision. After reaching the end of the street, you must make an important decision. This will determine whether you progress to the next loop or fall to the spirit. No anomaly? If you believe the area is clear, you must go through the green path to the right. Meaning there is no anomaly in the scene, so green means everything's fine. Anomaly? If you believe you've seen something that seems out of place, you must head through the red path to the left, meaning there's an anomaly in the scene. Okay. In order to break free from the spirit's hold, you must successfully clear 8 loops. So we're doing traditional 8. Making one wrong turn will trap you and reset your progress, so make your decisions carefully. You can track your progress to the street sign at the start of the street. Okay. I got good vibes on this one, guys. Let's check this out. This one feels like it has quality to it. Let's see if it messes that up. Hopefully not. I really like the environmental choice. I don't know what made them go, I want to make my exit A like in 1950s Italy with anime characters. But I'm kind of down for it. That's unique. So let's see what our environment entails. How complicated is it? How long is it? Okay, I do have a bad thing to say. It does not appear I have a sprint button, so I cannot sprint. That's a bit of a shame. It's best when you can sprint. This actually looks very Italy is colorful, isn't it? So what's this? Look around. Pick the door. Oh, I see. Like 2 chairs. Missing chair? Go red. Not missing chair? Green. I think I understand what this is trying to say. Okay, before I go anywhere, I'm just gonna... Hotel de Passaggio. Passaggio. Hotel the Passage? Okay. Gelateria. It's a cafeteria for gelato. Gelateria. I'm not actually observing the environment yet. I'm just getting an idea of the environment's size and shape. Step 1, and this is the end. Okay. So I will say this. I will immediately mark the game down in my brain a little bit, because this is a fair amount of space. I don't mind this amount of space for hunting anomalies. The environment doesn't seem overly cluttered, so I don't feel like the environment size is too bad. But I do have a problem with the fact I can't sprint. There is no sprint key. So that means, yeah. That means that I have to... This is quite a bit of a walk when you can't run. This is quite a bit of a walk when you can only walk, I guess. It's not the worst walk, but it is a bit long to get to the end of a loop. And that's going to compound on us, so that is a bit of a concern. That being said, let's see what the game can do with it. Now, here's the thing. I forgive the game for not letting me cross this environment more quickly if it does something with that. For instance, if the size of the environment and my movement speed come into play for like a particular anomaly where I have to like sneak around things, then all of a sudden it will justify it a bit more. But we'll see. When you sprint, yeah, I wonder if I will also be given the option to sprint if there's something dangerous. Maybe we will. All right, so the question is, where do we start? Okay, well, we start at a graded archway that is a pink tunnel with green trim at the bottom. The ground is a lovely rocky path. Okay, so I guess let's see here. I think we should keep an eye on the colors of the buildings, but there's a lot of colors to keep track of. So I think the details beyond the colors are more important. The moon is obviously a big, bright moon. Straight, perfectly white, perfectly circular. That will probably change at some point, I bet. Let's see. I come back in and stick in 8 loops. I do think that's the... I also think that, too. I think that's the sweet spot for these games. Especially if they want to be a bit difficult. But yeah, do I try to memorize every building color? There's a lot of buildings, but we'll try. Okay, let's focus left side first. So we have a red building and then a yellow building that has moss on it. That one's very tall. And then I have a little yellow divot, and then we have a green building with pink on the top floor. Then we have the hotel building is gray-ish, but has some green as well. And well, this is technically yellow, but it's covered in moss, so it's hard to tell. Yellow staircase, yellow on the side of the staircase, yellow building following that, into the gelateria. Next building is a slightly more orangey yellow, the ristorante. Following that in the alley, we have a side of the building, and then we have pink and pink. Then going to red. Over here, the red loops around the corner, and then we have gray for this entire, like, forward section here. Anomaly and normal. Oh, there's even signs to help you figure it out. Yeah, I think that this is probably a game where we don't need to focus on, like, I don't think we need to focus too heavily on the building colors, but it might be good to keep an eye on them anyways. But I think what we're looking for here is less the giant details and more the little details, probably. So on the right side, though, the buildings are, so we start with a green and pink. Then we have another alleyway that just is literally a tunnel copy of the tunnel we start the game in. So these tunnels are the same, basically. Except for there's a balcony on top of this one, and there's no balcony. Okay. Right off the bat, you see this balcony, guys? Prediction. There will be something creepy looking down on us from there at some point. That an anomaly will be up there. I almost guarantee you they're going to put an anomaly up at that balcony. So we got to look up there. It's just framed such that there's probably going to be an anomaly there. So framing is important. Framing is important. You might be able to consider where anomalies might show up based on the framing of the environment. And if you don't know what that means, have you ever played a game where the game gives you a ton of ammo before you enter a big room, and you know it's a boss fight even before you've entered, because it has a boss fight look to it? Yeah, this is kind of that, but for anomalies. Anyways, pink building, and then, kind of creamsicle-y building with a bunch of moss at the top of it. And then we have red, kind of a wine red building, I would say. Appropriate, because there's wine right here. Pink building. Then we have an alley here. The pink building keeps going and going and going that way into this alley. Then we have yellow building, then green building, and then pink building, and then it loops around the side. Like so. Okay. Those are the basic building colors. Now let's focus the details. It's a shame that Chrisovs isn't back yet. Because we're doing the vanilla loop with this, and he could start tracking this with us, but that's okay. I hope he's doing well. Alright, so let's focus. Now we're going to focus the details on both the left and right and center. So, first thing, obviously, is the moon. And we have some cloud cover. So we have a starry sky. It looks like a kind of early-ish evening. Like, it's certainly nighttime, but it doesn't feel like it's in the dead of night. We got a very bright circle white moon that looks kind of strange, honestly. Okay, on the right, first details is on the right as we leave. We have this little fern plant here. Just a long rectangular fern, kind of ferny plant. I don't know what this is. It looks like a fern. We have a white and blue window awning above it. That plant's not going to get all the sunlight, actually. I just realized that's a really bad place for the awning to be. It's not going to get much sun. Anyways, this awning's kind of dirty. And then above that we have just some nice mood lighting. More like Christmas light sort of thing going across the buildings. The building has... I don't know if I should be caring too much about the windows. Like, I really hope it doesn't matter if we keep track of... Oh, no. Guys, imagine if we have to keep track of the shutters. Like, oh, that one is open now, or that one is closed now. There's so many. There's so many shutters. I'm not going to keep track of the shutters. That seems a little ridiculous. I will keep track of any unique windows. If there is a unique window, then sure. But there's no way I'm keeping track of all these shutters. Are you kidding me? There's so many, and they're in so many different positions. Like, this one's all open, but this one's like open, 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 open. Oh, half open, closed, open, a little bit open on the other side, and then a little bit open in the middle. Okay, like, it's too much. I don't think we'll keep track of the shutters. Unless I dramatically change. Okay, here's what we should keep track of. If there's a light in the windows. Because I don't think there's any lights in these windows. So if any of them light up later, then that's an anomaly. That is to say, a light in the window. Not like this light, but like a light within the building. That's something we should keep track of. Anyways, yeah, let's see here. So we have a wooden door for that. There's no door for this building for some reason. Okay. Then we have a big, kind of jungly plant. Very tall potted plant here. The yellow building has a lot of moss at the top of it. The yellow building and the pink building have a laundry thing. 4 pieces of laundry. 4 pieces of very, very stiff, flat. They look like starched. But yeah, striped thing. Greenish blue thing, gray thing, red thing. Okay, they look like carpets. And then on this building we have a red awning, very very bright red. We have another one of the ferns above a lantern that is off. Okay, so oh my goodness, there's so many ferns. We might want to keep. We might actually want to just count how many times this fern. Oh, I have a body for the anime girl. I might just want to keep track of how many times this fern shows up. Anyways, on these steps, one fern per step on the left. A very small fern here. This is a weirdly small fern. So is that one framing this doorway. There's a sign here: Hotel Amalfi, 4 stars. That's not too bad. 4 stars is pretty good. Wonder how it stacks up against Hotel de Passaggio. Hotel de Passaggio has a lot more of a signage. Anyways. Yeah, so we have awning there, blue awning, blue striped awning, red awning, then we have pink striped awning on the left, then pink striped awning again on the left. We have another building with a lantern. This one is on. So the first one was off, the second one is on. We have 2 little doorways on a balcony up there. We have a mossiness up on the top of that building. Okay. Hotel de Passaggio has a lit lantern and another big fern underneath it, as well as another jungle plant. There's a fern under this. Why do people put their ferns under the awnings? They just don't want them to grow, I guess. We go up the steps for Hotel de Passaggio. We just enter it. We just go to a door. This is a very mossy building. We can also look up here. There's a little inset balcony area here. Got some lights up here. We got an Italian flag hanging above the lights up here. So that's a detail we need to remember. You can also see an anomaly being all the shutter. If every shutter is open or every shutter is closed, I will be able to notice that if they're all the same. If every shutter has the same status, then that's an anomaly. We have a sign here. Right after the Hotel Amalfi sign, we have Chisa Nuova. I don't know what that means. It's blue. It's a blue and white sign. That makes me think of like a parking sign. And we have another fern here and another fern here framing this entrance, which has a pink striped awning. There's a menu. It says menus, RFE Salas. And then it gets all script. That almost looks AI generated because it gets all weird and scriptly, but it could just be really bad handwriting. Plus Italian. I don't know. There's a bunch of squares at the bottom. Okay, that's hard to understand. All right. Then following that, we have a big tree here. So next to the staircase is a big tree. I think this is one of the few big trees that are here. Okay. Then we have on the left, we have the gelaterio. This have the gelato ice cream, the little cat face. A little plush cat face ice cream. Chocolate ice cream look of it, and red sign. The blue awning above this, we got some tables and chairs. 2 tables, 2 chairs. 2 tables, 4 chairs. Then over here we have 2 bigger tables, both with the same... They both have a plant. They both have 4 chairs. They both have red striped table mats. We have a red awning above them. And ristorante next to it. A gelateria is lit by a light above it. There's a balcony above that. The Italian flag across the way, and another string of lights, too. I'm probably going to make counts of certain things after I'm done examining the details, like counting the number of lights, counting the number of this plant or that plant. On the right, we have an awning as well. We have the radio playing. We have a Morelli 1950 wine, which sounds fancy, but I think this game takes place in 1955, so it's only a 5-year-old wine. Not really that aged, but probably still tastes good. I don't know. I'm not really a wine head. Or whatever they're called. Small table, 2 chairs, 2 wine glasses. Somebody was sharing a date, I think, but they're not here right now. After the Jello sign, of course, there was another one of the jungle plants, I'm calling them. Then opposite the dining tables here, we have an alley. The alleyway has another laundry thing. 3 pieces of laundry. It's the same laundry as that, minus the little beige laundry. Okay, the beige laundry is missing on this one, so it's just 3 of that. We have Morelli 1950 written on the wall. I guess that wine brand is quite popular. And we have Residencia Martiza. which I assume is a residential apartment of some sort. We have, obviously in this alleyway, we have two trash cans, two trash bags. I cannot look inside. They seem to be empty. Two trash bags, two trash cans. And then we have a fit here. We got two more ferns. That goes nowhere, and there's a bunch of moss here. And we have another Christmassy light in this alleyway. Alright, let's see. Somewhere. Then, yeah, got a Christmas light going across the section above the Ristorante. I will be counting the number of lights at the end of this. We have a umbrella. This is unique. Everything else is awnings, but this is an umbrella that is over the fruit. We have 2 crates of bananas on the right table and 2 crates of green apples and red potatoes on the left table, and they're copied of each other, so, okay. Remember the fruit. It's important. And the potatoes. Then we have another copy of the menu sign. It's the same. Yeah. This sign is the same as that other sign, so it's equally as, like, indecipherable. But because we're going to get other copies of each other, that makes it easier. But also, I think was there more than one Ristorante sign? Or was that the only one? That was the only one. Okay. So after Ristorante, we have an alley to the left that has a nice lantern, and it has another 2 garbage cans and 3 garbage bags. The garbage over here was 2 and 2. This is 2 and 3 over here. 2 cans, 3 bags. Got a lit lantern. We got another. That looks kind of weird how that's hanging, but okay. Got some more laundry here. We got red, green stripe, and we got red, beige stripe. So 3, 3. So every clothesline has been 3, except for the very first one, which had 4. Okay. And of course, 2 balconies. Got a mossy side of the building. And then we go further. On the left, we have a little gated bush. So it doesn't get away, we gotta make sure to put in a fence around it. Then on the right, we have jungle plants lining this door. Got another Christmas light going up these steps. And then when we get to the middle, we have a nice fountain. It doesn't seem to be actively flowing, so it's just kind of standing water. Okay. When we have 2 Christmas lights framing opposite directions from the doorways in front of us. We have another Italian flag in the middle. And on the left, we have another fountain. On the right, we have another fountain. They all seem to be copies of each other. They're all just standard fountains. They have water in them. Okay. We also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ferns. Kind of all generally in the same spot. Kind of. Yeah, looks like it. We have another lantern on that side. We have another lantern on this side. This place is fairly weird. If you cut this down the middle, then the left and the right are basically identical, as far as I can tell. Well, almost, except for these buildings. They're different this side, but... Alright, and then we have a big window up there, and we have, looks like a church bell tower up there. I feel like the bell might ring at some point. That might be an anomaly. They did say there were sound-based anomalies, so... Also, I'll explain to you guys... Wow, I'll allow that automod. Wow. No, it's fine. That is so lame. Vossen got automodded because he said, you know how much those bushes like to creep, and he got automodded because he said the word creep. Automod, you're such a snowflake sometimes. Like, my goodness. But yeah, that's fine. But yeah, creepy bush. Honestly, they shouldn't be worried about the bushes. They should be worried about all this ivy that is taking over the buildings, but... It's creepy ivy. But yeah, so that's the environment. Now, the game did say there were sound-based anomalies, so I'll explain, by the way, for those that can't hear it. The sound is this. When we approach the radio, we're listening to some violin classical. And when we're not approaching the radio, the environment is just the sound of night. It's just the sound of, like, bugs and crickets. It's kind of pleasant. So that is the environment. And I guess, okay, so this tree there's only one of it. It's right next to the staircase, so that's good to know. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna count things, all right? So let's start with the lights. The lights that hang above, let's count them. We have 1, 2 over there, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like 8 lights are hung around. Okay. Oh, by the way, I also note that there is a light above the green door and not a light above the red door. I feel like that's just to let me know that I'm in the tutorial and I should take the green door. That light might disappear. I don't think I'd call that an anomaly if it does. All right, let's count ferns. Let's count these little ferns, as I'm calling them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's so many. Actually, could somebody keep track of what I'm saying? Could somebody keep track of the number? Actually, I can do it on the side. So I think I said there was 8 lights. 8 string lights, I'll say. I believe. Yeah, there's 8 string lights. Let's count the number of little ferns. Or, let me count the number of rectangular pot ferns, actually, because this is a interesting little detail. Because there's a couple ferns that are in smaller pots, so that's a really long. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna count ferns in general. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, hold on, let me start. Also, thanks for coming by, Chaos. How you doing? Where were you streaming? Probably drawing something, I assume, but yeah, let me try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on those tables. 14, 15. There's quite a few of them. And then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 ferns in various pots. Alright, now jungle plants. Now I'm counting jungle plants. These are the tall ones. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doing alright with streaming Minecraft. Oh, that's fun. Modded or just vanilla? Alright, we're gonna count a few. I just have this on a notepad off to the side in case I want to check, in case I feel like something's wrong. I'm not gonna check this. I'm not gonna count this every single time I'm going through. But if I feel like something's a bit off, I'll check the numbers. That's the plan. I'm gonna use these values so I can check later if I need to. If I feel like something's wrong. So the number of awnings. I'm just gonna count the number of awnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like 8. Okay. I won't count the number of umbrellas, the number of bushes, or the number of full trees, because each of those is just 1. So I don't need to count that. Also, I'm already aware that there are 2 and 2 trash cans of bags, and then 2 and 3 trash cans of bags over here. Let's see, what else should I count? What else would be smart to count? I could count lights, but the main thing to note is that the very first lantern I run into is off, and all the other ones are on. So that first lantern is off, but any other time we see a lantern, I believe they're all on. Somebody should keep track of my minimally diagnosed AUDHD brain area lost you. It's okay. I'd like to point out that when we're counting individual things like this, there's two goals here. The first goal is obvious. I just want to keep account of this and write it down. But the more important thing is, while we're counting things, we're also just like focusing on the environment. It's giving our brains a task to do rather than just. If I told you guys just, hey, look at the environment, like remember things, that would be hard. But if we are focusing on a particular detail, then that trains your brain to start paying attention to like specific things and looking at the environment specifically. That actually helps us overall in just remembering the environment. So in other words, I'm basically giving myself and you guys micro tasks so that it's just simply easier to familiarize ourselves with the environment. We're tricking the brain, basically. We're like, hey, brain, pay attention to this for a second. And then in the process, the brain kind of just pays attention to everything a little bit more. Also, there's a total of 5 lit lanterns and 1 unlit. The unlit one is the first one we encounter. Now, let's see. I think I'm done. I think I'm done tracking things for now. I think we can begin. Good night to you, Chaos. Have a good evening. So yeah, don't worry, Vossen. Remember what you can. Whatever your brain is good at remembering, remember that. If everybody helps me remember something that they're good at remembering, like, there's got to be something you're good at remembering in this game. Right, Vossen? Like what here has caught your attention? What here is something you just inherently have memorized? My brain is good at remembering embarrassing mistakes I made in the past. Oh, that is such a mood. Charm has a lot of problems with that. Charm just could randomly remember something really embarrassing and then just, like, do a forced chuckle about it randomly. Oh, by the way, Hello, you're welcome back. I was hoping you'd get here before we left the vanilla loop with the next game. Glad to see you. I've been walking around this environment for a bit. This game doesn't have a sprint, which is too bad, but it still seems pretty cool so far. It looks pretty high quality, honestly. 1950s Italy is where we're at. So I appreciate the unique environment, first off. Okay, Italian flag up there. Italian flag over by the radio. And Italian flag at the end. There's 3 flags. And we have the laundry over there. Laundry over there. And laundry over there. It's kind of an intimidating environment. I'm not sure what I should be focusing on, so I've been writing some stuff down, like the number of plants, for instance, in the pots and such. And a number of awnings. I'll do another slow walk through the whole thing so you can see it. I did not bother to try to memorize the windows. There's just too many in too many different positions. I'll pay attention if something weird happens. I will note this. Not a single window is lit up. Everybody is asleep. So if a random window lights up later, that is an anomaly. Wait. Okay, yeah. Did I count that light? Just double checking. I was counting the light strings, but I don't know if I counted that. I think I did, but... I did count it, okay. One, 2, 3. 4. I think there's 4 lines of laundry. I'm just keeping a general track of certain things on the side. I'm not going to count these each and every time. That would be insane. But if I feel like something's off, I'll double check. Yeah, I think I've spit long enough. And these menus are identical. Alright. I think I'll just get started. Bill says it's a little nitpick, but something like a single alleyway or a little clearing behind a building would work better. Yeah, like, I mean, there is alleyways. They're not very long, but it's okay. Bill says the only critique I have so far is a smaller environment would work a lot better for this genre. So, like a single alleyway, a little crazy. Yeah, I do agree. I feel like it's making me walk. I don't think I actually. If they gave me a sprint button, I don't think I'd actually complain about the amount of space. At least this walk isn't the worst walk we've seen in games. Trust me, we've seen slower ones. But I do think the environment is a little too big for this walking speed. And if I could run faster, then I wouldn't care. Or if the environment was smaller, I also wouldn't care. But yeah, we'll go through green since nothing's wrong. Okay, 0 street. So this is the tracking sign. It's a traditional 8 loops, win 8 loops situation. So we're starting at 0, so I assume this is vanilla. So I assume because 0 equals vanilla is generally the rule. Some of the games that break that rule. Because you haven't technically started, you're at 0. So, should be fine. Keep in mind the laundry racks, each of them have different items, but I can at least say that only the first one has 4, the others have 3. That is something I can memorize. Each of them do have slightly different items. Yeah, this should be vanilla. Oh, okay, there's the other light. My issues, there's too many details to keep track of over too big a space. Now, the thing is, maybe and maybe not, though, because this might be more a case of I need to look at the complex environment for somewhat obvious changes. Like, it may be a complex environment, but once you see the anomaly, it'll be obvious. Like, some of these games will do things like, I have removed a plant. You need to notice the plant's not gone. But some of these games will, like, once you find the anomaly, you know it's the anomaly because it's something kind of spooky or weird. So, if this game is trying to go the latter route, then this complex environment might be okay. Because it's more a case of needing to look carefully for the thing that's obviously wrong. Which would be fine if they do it that way. We'll see. We will find out if they have decided to be fair or not. Immediately, I do not feel like there was these 3 plants all next to each other, but I can't remember for sure. I don't specifically remember a fern under the lantern, but can't be sure about that. If I get this wrong, I'll check afterwards, but yeah. Fern, tree, fern, jungle, fern. Got the one tree. All we can do is kind of just charge it and see what happens. And if it feels like we're missing things, then it might be a hard game. Oh, okay. Like, right off the bat, I didn't see anything wrong, so I want to say nothing's wrong. I immediately lost. There were always flags there, right? Oh, it gives you a hint, though, when you fell.
Nice.
Were there always flags there, right? Was there missing flags, maybe? Maybe the flags weren't there. That could have been the problem. Oh. Oh, when you lose, it restarts you before 0. So I guess 0 is playing, actually. Because there's a state before 0. Yeah, hints are good. So I guess something happens to the flags that proves that. So I think when it says 0 straight, I think we are actually playing. So I guess I'll try to look out. I don't know if the flags were missing or if they were different or if there was a different number. I did not note the flags. That was the one thing I didn't look at properly, actually. I'm assuming that 0 is actually playing, considering there's a loop before it that is the vanilla.
Hmm.
But that would actually technically mean that when it says it does 8 loops, no, it's technically 9 because 0 counts. Oh, right, there is a setting... So that's what it is. There's a setting in here saying anomaly hints. That's on by default. That's what those are. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes it a lot more fair to have that on. I'm still not sure if 0 can... I'm gonna always pick normal for 0 until I prove whether or not 0 is actually playing the game. Or if it's just, you know, vanilla run again. I'm not sure. But I know that we are playing now properly, so... Let's see. With double... Oh, kitty. Good kitty, you pet the cat. I got an achievement. I guess that's an anomaly. I like his look at his face. It's kind of raccoony. Kitty, I believe, is an anomaly, but it's a good anomaly. So that's a pretty reasonable anomaly. Hard to miss that one. It's good to see they have gimmies like that, and especially ones that are interesting, like the cat running, you can pet them. That's an interactive anomaly, I appreciate that. Sides are annoying in these games because sometimes you gotta check both sides because one side's gonna be wrong. By the way, the Italian flags, there's a really simple way to know if they're all there, actually. If I stand about here, 1, 2, and in the distance 3. I should be able to see them all right from here. If there's more than 3, then there's something that's wrong. Oh! Oh. The screen got a little weird and there's a heartbeat. Okay. Again, good anomaly. I think that anomaly was also pretty solid. Because, like, that's one of those, when you see it, it's obviously something's wrong. You know, that's one of those situations. And then, of course, if you bother to interact with it, it does something. So, again, interactive. I think the best types of anomalies in these games are ones where you have to actually notice it, but then when you do, then there's some interaction you can do with it. Like, you don't immediately interact with it. because you have to find it, but once you do, then you can do something with it, and thus prove. Oh! Yeah, I remembered that every table, these 2 tables had 2 chairs each. I would say that that's a bit of a... Oh, and this one's missing all of his chairs, too. I would say that this anomaly is a little subtle, but there's a lot of chairs missing, first off. And second off, the tutorial graphic actually even makes you consider chairs, so I think that's actually pretty fair. Like, this one just spelled out that a chair anomaly would occur, so I think this anomaly is completely fair, too. Oh yeah, and 1 chair is missing here as well. If they made 1 chair missing, that would be a cheap anomaly, but if they make the majority of chairs missing, then that's a lot more fair. I need to check that weird. There's a particular balcony I'm suspicious of, and it's this one right here. I feel like somebody could be looming there. Okay, okay. Also, there's no zoom button, as far as I can tell, so I shouldn't have to zoom in on a roof to spot something. I shouldn't have to go through a lot of squinty trouble. Robot says, I sip by myself with 2 wine glasses. Yeah. Yeah, some people would. Well, at that point, you might as well drink from the bottle. Alright, I didn't see anything particularly wrong, but let me double check. I should always make sure that wine glasses are full, because if one was empty or both were empty, that would be an anomaly and a bit of a subtle one. Now, I did not keep track of all the awning colors, but there should be a distribution of a blue striped, pink striped, and royal red. I'm not bothering to count each of the individual colors and what order they come in. That seems a little ridiculous. But just checking for the general feel of them being in the right places and it being the right number. Chairs are in the right places. Yeah, I think this is a... I think this is safe. I think this one's safe. It does seem like this game... Every game has, like, a general leaning, I think. This game seems to lean towards having anomalies over not having them, so... But I think this is a normal. Yep. Oops. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. What you looking at? Oh, I see. Oh, this is an interesting anomaly. Look at the windows. There's that one. Oh, it's... If I look at them, they stop looking. If I look away, they... Okay, got how this works. It's not just there, though. They're in a few places, like there. And up there. Oh, up there, too. Okay, I like this one. You know what this makes me think of? This is very Hill Valley Sky Trees, if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Especially the high-up ones. Yeah, these are some good anomalies so far, actually. And there's whispers, too. I wonder if anybody knows what I mean by Hell Valley Skytree. It's actually a Mario thing, of all things. if you aren't aware, it's basically. Oh, there's even up there. I see. I like this one. Galaxy. Yeah, there's a particular galaxy level. I think it's like Ice Fire Canyon, or I don't know. It's like some very deep canyon. The whole thing takes place deep in a canyon, and if you bother to look straight up at the top of the canyon, you see these like shadowy figures just standing there and looking at you, and it's just like a static skybox, so they're always there. But it seems like they're following you because they're always up there. Like and it's really random. It's clearly. Yeah, these guys give me I don't know, these guys give me a slight vibe of that, like, just looking at you like that. They imply to be aliens. That wouldn't be a surprise in this galaxy. Look it up sometime. It's actually a really spooky Mario thing. There's also a really spooky, I think one of the new Super Mario Brothers games, if you get to the end of a ghost house level, you just sit at the end, without hitting the goalpost, a ghost can pop up at a fencing, and it's kind of creepy too, if I remember. You have to sit there for like 40 seconds and it'll pop up. There are some legitimately spooky Easter eggs in some of the Mario games. Ghost Tap Toad's House to House level. Oh yeah, I think I remember that one too. I'll keep in mind when I say at the end of the ghost house there's a ghost that pops up. Like obviously it's a ghost house, but like I don't mean a cute boo. I mean like something that actually looks kind of freaky, like some humanoid thing. I remember. Oh, the umbrella is missing its well, cloth part. We're not as I've expressed before, we're not usually big fans of the anomaly of something that's missing, but when it's part of something that's missing, that's a little more interesting, a little more easier to notice. That's a bit more creative when you have part of something missing, especially if it's something that looks really weird without that part. So, like sometimes, like say you have a mannequin and its head is missing randomly or something in one of the loops. Like, where did its head go? See, that sort of thing. I'm making a special note of the Italian flags each time, just in case something's wrong with them. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I thought the moon was missing. Found it. Never mind. Always a good question to ask, never a good question to answer. There are many questions like that in life. Do not fear, we have located the moon. NASA's dollars at work. Imagine if NASA spent like $100K a day just to confirm the moon is still there. Like, it just sounds really stupid. Imagine if one day it wasn't. That would be... Well, we would know. That would affect tides heavily. I mean, NASA did fly by the moon. They've done it a few times, yeah. I'm making sure to check the fountains to make sure, A, they all have water, and B, none of them are filled with blood. Because that's honestly what I expect at some point. We would be screwed if the moon left. Very much so. What's the big deal? I don't know what the point was. People are sure excited, though. I mean... I assume they got some new science data or some new photographs on an angle on the moon that they didn't before. Something like that, I don't know. Also, I don't see any problems. Let's see. I believe everything is on the up and up on this particular loop. The thing about the X and 8 genres, you just kind of need to, like... You need to make this environment your home, whatever game you're playing. You gotta just familiarize yourself with it. And then you just get... If you do that well enough, then you just get this general sense of something changes. And that's how you generally win these. Unless they're simpler. But, like, this environment is complex enough that I just need to I just need to vibe with it. That's how I'm going to beat this game. By just kind of getting into the environment as a vibe. It's weird. You need to mix together both specifically memorizing things, specifically paying attention to things, but also just more generally paying attention to things. Just like paying attention to the general aesthetic and be like, oh, something just feels off here, and then you figure out, oh, it's because an awning's missing or something. Which, there are not an awning missing. Okay. I actually had to check because I just like thought to myself, why did I say that? Why did I say there's an awning missing as a random example? Is there an awning missing? Like, that could have been a subconscious bit of talking right there, so I had to double check. I may have subconsciously noticed an awning was missing without thinking about it. I'm gonna count the thirds because I feel like there is something wrong here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. $16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24. Is that right? Because I had counted 23. So maybe I was just off by one. What time I count 23? Okay, never mind. I think we're good here. I can't find anything significant. Interesting. I don't know what light source that's being produced for that. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. Guys, I think there's a lantern missing where that one light source is. I think that light source that has no light, I don't think it was like that before. Because this is a really... Actually, yeah. Because, like, I would accept that in some of these X8 likes for just, oh, they placed a light source without placing a light. Seems like something that an X8 developer would do sometimes, but now I'm wondering. Was it always that way? 1, 2... Wait, 1, 2... There's none up there. Feels like a light's missing there. The 3... That is the right number of lanterns, so I just counted 5. Maybe it's always been like that? If I get this wrong, I'll immediately check that alleyway. But I'm gonna say no anomaly. Okay. I think I understand the light source, actually. I think I know what they're trying to go for, at least. I don't think it was a mistake. I think what's going on there is they wanted to have a light source for that one silhouette anomaly. Oh, okay. Well. And maybe I'll check that light source thing later. I heard the fire! Ghost Girl just did a pyromaniac. Okay, got it. I think looking at her may have killed me, too, so I just stopped looking. That was 8. The day has risen. like bread, which probably also rose because this is Italy. There's probably some bakeries every street. Sailboat. Nice. This game has a vibe to it. I like it. Speaking of vibing, this game is vibeable too because it's got a vibe. We've done it. We've escaped Italy. Oh, you've completed a loop. You escaped. Total anomalies found 6 of 48. And we have our menu saying. Alright, so if I go to the anomalies pages, so do I get so straight we can find we can't read extra information, but we can see the names of them. Strange shadow sighted. Chairs go missing. This is kind of like a newspaper, so I'm just like thinking of these as newspaper headlines. Strange shadow sighted. Chairs go missing. Who stole the chairs? Lost cat found. We did that is a problem for a newspaper. Damaged umbrella. Something is watching. Small fire breaks out. I like that it's small fire, but the entire photo is just covered in flames. I don't think that was not a small fire. Small fire breaks out. I like that he was just trying to downplay it. Yeah, this is actually fun enough. I'd like to keep playing. Like, let's keep going. I think whatever one I missed before, the flake one, I think it would have been probably something I would have noticed had I just paid attention to the flakes. That run, I failed at paying attention to the flakes, and then something was wrong with the flakes. I bet if I had just looked at them, I would have noticed, so. But you notice how many, like, this is a good comparison. Earlier in the video, obviously, I was talking about how the first game we played, yeah, it gets mid-B, but I also just wish the developer of, again, the Targeted 10 Days developer / the developer of Glitchy Cute Loop, I wish that they would make less anomalies, but make them higher quality. And this game is doing exactly what I mean. Because this one only has, it only has 48. Which is still a lot, mind you. But you notice the quality of these anomalies is pretty, like, yeah, the only boring one we've had is the chairs go missing, but that wasn't an unfair anomaly. Meanwhile, we have, you know, everything else has been interactive in some way. So, like, this one has a lot of anomalies, but I've also seen, well, what's the ratio so far? I've seen, current ratio is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of the anomalies were dynamic, and 2 of them were a little more static. That's a pretty good ratio so far, you know? Except for the flag one. Yeah, I don't know what the flag one was. It might have been dynamic too, if I had bothered to check the flags. Because I do notice the game is keeping track of where I'm looking. For instance, when I looked at the fire lady, I got, like, hurt. So if I had bothered to, like, look at a flag, something might have happened. Because it would have probably recognized I was mousing over the flags. We've actually seen 8. We've seen 8. No, you're right. We've seen 7. Sorry. We've seen 7. We've beaten 6. And I believe this is a... Oh! Were the walls always these... Okay, so 0 is... So you can fail on 0. Okay. I was ignoring 0 because I wasn't sure. Now I know. Because when you start, you have a run that has no number, and then you start on 0. And 0 is apparently playing. So, okay. Also, did you guys notice anything wrong with the walls? I wasn't really paying attention, but... So once there's a street sign, we're playing. Got it. Were the walls always these colors? So there was something wrong. So we know there's something that can happen to the flags, and we know there's something that can happen to the walls, and... Was the bell tower always pink? That seems out of place. Speaking of which. Maybe it was. I don't know. Also, I kind of expected to fail on Zero at some point, but I needed to know if it could have anomalies. So now I do. It didn't feel worth, like, scrutinizing Zero before I knew that. Now I will scrutinize it because I know it matters, so... It's very possible to chunk of normals could be stacked, we just getting lucky. It is possible! But even the static ones have been relatively fair so far, like removing a bunch of chairs or removing specifically the awning on this umbrella, which makes it look really weird. It looks like a stupid stick tree. I don't know why it's stupid. Trees are stupid, I guess. Stupid stick tree. Okay, right off the bat... Trees be trees. Also, thanks to the eyes are watching one, I'm aware that this courtyard can have anomalies happening in it too. Which I kind of figured, but it was good to get that confirmation. So these fountains could change. Tonight's showings have been quite high quality. Yeah, honestly, both of these games, like, you know, yeah, the first game maybe didn't have the most exciting anomalies, but there were some cute ones. There was a cute environment, well made. There's a reason it got mid-B. It got mid-B not because... There's some games, if I was rating just on, hey, how much did I enjoy the anomalies in this game, the tier list as well as Charm's rankings would be very different. Like, the tier list would be shuffled around quite a bit if we were ranking just on, did I enjoy this game's anomalies? But that's not the only metric we judge. We also judge, like, what's the quality of the environment, what's the quality of... Like, what's the polish? What's the originality of the environment? What's the performance like? What's the vibes, basically? For instance, this game's going to some points docked for only letting me walk through a somewhat large environment. I'm not too bothered by it, though, because every moment I'm walking, there's something I can check. So I'm not really, like, bored by the walk, you could say. Though I do wish I could do it faster. Yeah, it's kind of hard to notice how much time you're wasting walking when there's always something to check. And I don't see anything wrong here. I'm a little concerned about that last anomaly we felt, though, where it said, were the buildings always these colors? Because the buildings are every color, so I don't know what I'm supposed to exactly keep track of with these buildings. They're all over the place. And some of them are indeed, like, half colors, like this one. And this one. So try to keep track of the colors of the buildings. That'll be a tricky one. I'm not sure I can do it. Unless something really weird... Unless a new color shows... If a new color shows up, besides pink, yellow, green, and wine red, and creamsicle, and gray... If something besides those show up, then I'll notice. And yeah, the green trim is correct for these tunnels. But only for the tunnels. No other building has trim, I think, like that. Oh, did we confirm the moon exists? I kind of forgot to. It's really hard to actually see the moon except for at the beginning. Okay. The bell tower being pink is throwing me, but I think it was that color, so I'm just going to ignore that for now. We'll see. I do feel a little more confident failing if I get a hint, though. Like, that does make me more confident about just coming to a decision and seeing the result. Foster says, apologies, I was getting caught up on my text commenting. Oh, it's quite fine. Yeah, it is quite fine. I'm not sure why you're apologizing, actually. Oh, maybe I shouldn't completely ignore this chalk drawing. It might change, too. It's obviously a tutorial thing, but I do wonder why it's sticking around past the tutorial. Past the tutorial loop. I wonder if it's sticking around because something weird's going to happen on it. I'll keep an eye on it. I have a little bit of confidence in this game. too. Like, I feel like the anomalies I've missed are ones I would have spotted had I been paying attention on those ones. Because I kind of feel like this game... Here's the thing. I looked at when I first loaded this game up and I saw the complex environment, I was thinking to myself, yeah, this could be painful, but there's a high level of polish and performance here, so I kind of feel like it won't be. Because usually, if a high detail environment has really obnoxious anomalies to find, then it's usually in a lower quality game. You know, not one that lacks some polish and the developer just threw it together and they're not thinking about the difficulty balancing. But this game has enough polish that I feel like the developer is considering difficulty, and thus will not make this complex environment unreasonably difficult to find the anomalies in. If that makes sense. For instance, the chalk sign. It has nothing on it. There's nothing written on it. I'm gonna guess, yep, see? Here's the thing, too. Whenever there is something subtle, there's always more than one example. Multiple chairs missing, multiple chalkboards, having no text on them. Stuff like that. It's subtle. Is it subtle? Yes. Is it too subtle? No. You can still see it. You can still recognize it's happening. Wait, what's the news article gonna be about the chalk? Let's see. I'm really curious. Restaurant closures. Oh, okay. I guess that's fair. I guess that's the reason. The restaurants have closed. That's why they don't have anything written. Subtle but repeated. The repeated thing is an important detail. If you have a subtle detail, it should be repeated in these games. Again, that's why I think this developer is putting thought into what they're doing, because even when it's a subtle anomaly, it's not just one. It's not just one thing affected. Which is why I think the flag one I missed, I didn't look at a single one of the flags, but if I had looked at any of them, I bet I would have noticed something being wrong. Probably the flag just being a different country, I imagine. Speaking of which, for those keeping track, if you want to keep track of the Italian flag being Italian, green, white, and red vertical stripes left to right. That is it. That is it. That is Italy. Like the candy corn horns from Fuvara. If you missed the anomaly one, you might notice on another. Yeah, because like yeah, that's a good example too. Because the axolotl kind of looked a little natural with it, but then I went over to the octopus and I was like, octopus don't have those, and then I knew. Yeah, exactly. A little bit of repetition on your subtle anomalies makes them fair. So if it's the anomaly of something that's missing, then make more than one thing missing. If the anomaly is something that's changed, then make more than one thing changed. Wait, the ice cream has a face? Yeah, it always has. Here. It's the blushy cat face. No, yeah, you were there before. I had to think about that. Checking them fountains, okay. So yeah, the bell tower is pink, okay. Let's see. This is nice. I like this classical music too. Sets the vibe well, but also just pleasant to listen to. Violin is good. It's a very expressive stringed instrument. At least let the anomaly be able to be seen at least 10% of the screen because it'd be done for saying super small, there's no zoom. Yeah. I feel like this developer didn't give you a zoom button because they're not going to make you need one. A different developer I wouldn't trust as much, but this developer seems like they're pretty competent. So I feel like the lack of a zoom button means I do not have to like squint to see something on a rooftop. If there is something on a rooftop, it will be something I can see without squinting, basically. Another point of the game's favor, the game is character. Yeah, I don't know what inspired them to do anime 1950s Italy. Interesting blend, but I don't mind it. Alright, I've been wandering around and I can't find anything that is incorrect, so I think I'll just go. I'm also keeping in the back of my mind the stuff that I was told about, like the building colors changing and such. Yeah. Yeah, Rose also agrees with the character. Yeah, I agree. Both the games are very strong. The games tonight have been very strong in character, which is refreshing, because some of the games, a lot of X and 8 likes are just literally just trying to clone the concept of X and 8, even to the point of like, oh yeah, well that was a subway station, so I'll make mine about a subway station, because if I make my game a subway station as well, then I'll get a bunch of downloads, I'll get a bunch of purchases, because I'm really copying X and 8. It really sucks how there's those developers out there that think the closer they copy something, the more sales they'll get. Because, I mean, sometimes that works on a cheap sort of, oh, I thought it was this game, but it's actually that game. It looks so similar. But honestly, do your own thing and you'll make way better profit in the long run, I think. Something feels wrong already, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Oh, yeah, that's... Just looking down the street, something bothered me. I don't know what it is, though. No, the music's there. I just had to approach it. Is there a breathing or something? No. I think the soundscape is fine. So let's see, how many anomalies have I missed? I missed the flags, I've missed the buildings. I think that's it, actually, so far. Okay. Oh! There was only ever one of these signs before. Now there's two.
Cool.
That actually is a little subtle, but at the same time, they take up so much space that seeing a second one really gets my attention, actually. The moment I looked at that wall, I was like, wait a minute. Should not be that many. Yeah, I remember that. I remember reading that sign. That's probably the most subtle one so far. Are any others copied? I'm looking to see if the game is giving me another. Yeah, let's see if anything. I think that's the only one actually. So I think this might be a case where they are not actually copying things a second time. But yeah, that takes up so much space on the wall. It's kind of obvious to me. Okay, that's the only copy, but. Again, it's so big that having a second one... That's subtle. That's probably the most subtle one so far, but thanks to the sign being so big, it is something that catches my attention. What's that? The canopy or wherever those sheet roofs are. What? What are you talking about? Oh, no, actually, I take that back. This Morelli 1950 text is also copied. So yeah, there is a rule of more than one here. There's a rule of more than one at the same time, because both the signs and this it's not really graffiti, it's like intentionally painted building sign is duplicated. So yeah, rule of two. I'm surprised it took me this long to notice that, because I originally looked at this wall. I just didn't really process it. But this entire alleyway is wrong. There's two sets of laundry and there's also two lights. I don't think any of that was the. I think there was just one set of laundry, one set of lights, one side, and one painted wall. Yeah, this entire alley is messed up. There's also double trash cans. Okay, the more I look at this, the more I realize, yes, this is actually quite a good anomaly, because there's so many different things wrong here. Like, This is actually extremely fair, because if you just didn't pay attention and thought, oh, maybe there are 2 trash cans, I'm pretty sure that if you just pay attention to this alleyway for a second, you will realize that something is wrong, because there's just so many copies here. It got extended. Oh, it's just longer. You think the whole hallway's longer? Did it stop here before? Let me think. I think you're right. I think the gate was originally right here. Like this fence. I think it was originally right here. So basically it just got extended and copied. This is almost a backroom sort of thing. That's subtle, but also clever. Yeah, the more you look at, the worse it gets. The more you understand something's wrong. That's a fun thing to do for an anomaly, where you just kind of get more and more familiar with what's up. Okay, let's see. Alley mystery. What a mystery. I still love small fire breaks out. That is just a image. Yeah, so I'm seeing real consistency on, like, every anomaly. I can understand why it exists the way it does, even if it's a subtle one. Also, so far we're not seeing repeats, which is appreciated. Yeah, see? This alleyway is way shorter now. So yeah, just straight up, even the building got extended. It's, yeah, it's just like, wow, okay. That's a good anomaly too, because it's almost an optical illusion unless you like really think about it. Oh, that is subtle as heck. No, that is subtle as heck. Okay, this might be the most subtle one yet. I believe there's an anomaly here. It's subtle enough that I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure when I was counting the ferns, it was really easy to count this area because it was just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But look. Do you notice? There's something wrong here. You're not supposed to be here. That's the most subtle one. But if you have any sort of art, like if you got any sort of interior decorating skills whatsoever, even on a basic level, you would probably recognize that set of 2, set of 2, set of 2, set of 3 is something that's not right there, you know? Like the synergy, like I mentioned earlier that this whole courtyard, you can cut it right down the middle and it's basically mirrored aside from the building colors here being different. Otherwise, this is a mirror of each side. So that it's not mirrored properly now. So yeah, anomaly. That one, you just pay attention a little bit, and you'll notice this doesn't feel right. That's the kind of anomalies we like. When even if it's super subtle, you can still say to yourself, "This doesn't feel right. Like this is the wrong number because the number is different over here." Like it's just something that feels off. You know, that's a good subtle anomaly. The bad subtle anomalies are the ones in these games where it's like something is missing or something is changed, but it's like it doesn't really feel off. It doesn't really feel like something's wrong. There's got to be something that tips you off that something's wrong. You know, that's what makes a good anomaly hunting game. That's what makes a good X8 like that, in our opinion. But even the most subtle anomalies have something to make you go help you confirm something that helps you confirm the subtle anomaly is an anomaly. Basically, that's the key. Rather than just, I don't know, it feels wrong in my heart, but that's all I could say. Like, if you can get a little bit of extra information besides just, I don't know, to me it feels wrong, but I don't have any proof for that. Like, some sort of proof that you can go look for if you're looking. That makes a good anomaly. Okay, the flakes seem alright. Learn symmetry, Mr. Anomaly. Which makes me want to recount the D&D session. Feel free if you want to. Did it have something to do with anomalies? Also, good to know. Good. You know what? Actually, it's funny. I was criticizing this plant. This is actually the correct one. There is something that is. They actually aren't lined up with each other. So the one that was wrong was actually the one that was here. This should have been there. Gotta be honest, I'm almost certain this is an A game, not supposed to be below. Honestly, it feels really consistent so far. I would also agree with an A on this one. Also, I just enjoy the vibe. Like, the environment's nice, too. Like, having an environment where you can just vibe with it, you know, the crickets chirping, the music if I approach over here. It feels like I'm in nighttime Italy, and that's a... Like, immersing the player into your environment both helps them... It's good in multiple ways. One, if you're looping the same environment, then being able to be immersed in it makes it far less boring, first off. And second off, if you're immersed in your environment, you're more likely to pay attention to subtle differences. So it also makes it easier just to spot anomalies if you are able to enjoy the environment you're in. Because then you start treating it like a slightly more real place and thus pay more attention to its little details. %93.78%? Yeah, I could see that. Honestly, the only real problem I have is just this is a slightly large environment to have no sprint.
You need the sprint, yes.
I would, if they had the sprint, I might give it an S. But since it doesn't have the sprint, it will be condemned, quote unquote condemned, to A. So it's not really bad. It's just, yeah, this needs a sprint. It really does. S for sprint, yeah. But it still gets an A even without the sprint because it's engaging me. And I don't care that much about my walk speed, which says something about the environment, which says something about looking around and how I'm engaged. I'm engaged enough that the walk speed doesn't get my attention that much, which is actually very high praise, because this is normally very annoying for us. I'm thinking. I feel like the flag anomaly we missed, I think I can spot that one. I'm still concerned about the building color anomaly that we missed, because I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I wasn't even trying to pay attention to things in that run, because it was a 0 run, and I wasn't sure if it counted for vanilla or not. But I didn't really see anything wrong when I was walking through, so I don't really know what I'm trying to look for the building color thing. That all being said, I feel like we're good here. I can't spot anything wrong. Looks like I was right. I didn't hear the whispers when you enter. If you hear the whispers, then you failed. And let's see. Ymir says something wrong to recount. My putter was going down in a basement, and all we could hear is the wailing and screams of a monster and the stench of death. But once we reach the bottom, the sound stops. Ooh, that's kind of creepy. Won't go into detail of the room, but pretty much the party began investigating what's in the room while I rolled a natural 20 and trying to figure out why the noise stopped. The DM describes the corner of the room, how though it looks empty, something is there. Felt like such a cool moment. I started to play the Prowler theme. That sounds like a very engaging moment. Sounds like the DM got a good little scenario there built up for you guys. Sounds fun. Boston says, the setting sneak the gnomes are relatively easy to find. The lack of sprint is a little troubling. The amount of items to keep track of can see a little off-putting at first glance. Yeah, I kind of had this vibe when I was checking this environment. I was like, this looks like it could be a pain, but if the developer knows what they're doing, the complexity of this environment will be fine. Wait a minute. Wow, I just had an optical illusion and thought the entire city was smaller because I was staying at a particular angle, which made a building I was looking at look smaller than it actually was. Huh. The opposite of the Disneyland effect. You know about that, right? In Disneyland, there's a bunch of buildings that are designed to look bigger than they are because the tops of them are actually kind of small. So a perspective trick exists where, like, for instance, a Disney castle. A perspective trick exists so they look tall. They look much bigger than they are because the tops of them shrink down in size. So it looks like you're looking at them from a greater distance, which tricks your brain into thinking they're big when they're not. Fun fact. Robot did a Google search on AI of architecture colors. Italian architecture color features warmer, earthy tones like terracotta, ochre, burnt sienna, cream, reflect rustic sun-soaked landscapes. Yeah. Coast areas add vibrant colors, and this is a coast area because we have the sailboats. Mediterranean blue, lemon yellow, and coral. Yeah, coral. That's the pink color that's on these buildings. That's definitely coral. Typical window shutters often painted dark green, brown, or gray to contrast with these, which is true. Again, dark blue, green here. Contrast with these warm textured facades. Yep, this fits. Honestly, it seems like the developer did proper environmental design for this. And this doesn't feel like a... That's another thing. This doesn't feel like, oh, this is just like a map that they downloaded and they plunked it down and that's the game. This feels like they designed it. Not just, this isn't just an asset. This isn't just an asset they found. It's just a little too nuanced for that. I mean, maybe it's an asset, but if so, I've never seen it before. So it feels pretty fresh to me. Wait a minute. I was trying to figure out what was wrong, because I could tell something was wrong. What was wrong is that there's no music. There's no radio.
Yeah.
I had to think about that for a second. I was like, something is lacking. Alright, lack of radio. And true, that alone elevates above many X8 like so far. Honestly, just having a unique environment is a big deal for your X8 like to stand out. You don't have to try very hard to stand out in that way either. It's just, don't just be a derivative of another environment. That's all. Like, don't just copy another X8 likes environment. Especially down a subway or a train or anything. Just stay away from trains. Please stop with the trains. We have enough train stuff. Thank you. But yeah, the radio. See, the radio, that's a fun one because it's like, it's an absence of something, but sound, the absence of sound is a lot more poignant than the absence of a visual detail, So, like, you kind of feel the absence of sound if you're used to a sound existing, which at this point we definitely were. But I really like trains. I mean, have you done any that are actually on a train? Yeah, we've done a few that were on subway trains. One atrocious one required you to board a subway, and you had to board one or the other based on if there's an anomaly. And the thing is, the train wasn't just sitting there. You had to wait like a literal real minute for the right train to show up, and then it would leave again after like 10 seconds. So if you were like, okay, I've figured out what the anomaly is or what it isn't, I need to wait for a train. You literally had to wait for the freaking train. It was so lame. For every single loop, mind you, too. I'm on a train right now. I hope that's a nice ride for you. Train rides are fun when it's not a video game that makes you suffer through the train ride. Charm likes riding on trains. That's fine. Oh, okay. I know what's wrong. Wait a minute. Are they all gone? Hold on a second. They are. Okay, I noticed only at the end that all the ferns were gone. But then I just walked back and I'm like, you know what? There were some jungle trees here. There were some ferns here. The bush survived. Yeah, I knew something felt a little emptier here. Yeah, there's just no ferns. Oh, the ferns on the table survived. The bush survived. The trees survived. But every other... Yeah, they took out all the plants. Otherwise. Wow, this really makes this alleyway... Now that I'm looking at it, this street looks a lot, like, simpler without all these plants. Alright. Yeah, all the ferns and jungle plants, as I was calling them, they're all removed except for the ones on the table. I like how I only noticed when I reached the end, though. But hey, at least that's the reason. That right there is why repetition is useful. That's why removing just one thing is not as fair as removing multiple things. Because I didn't even notice the whole street walk. Did any of you notice the whole street walk? I only noticed at the end, because the end only has so many things. It only has fountains and ferns. So I immediately noticed the lack of ferns. And then I backtracked and I'm like, wait a minute, the whole thing. Yeah. This is why it's good to have multiple things being affected by the anomaly, even if it's subtle. Because if a player misses one thing, that's not really that unreasonable. But if they miss everything you changed, that's a lot more a case of them not paying attention. Basically, by providing multiple options, you give the player multiple chances to spot the thing missing or spot the thing changed. And thus it becomes fair. As we just saw, because I got to the end and then finally noticed. Not really until we started to get to the end. I'm just so used to checking the ferns now, especially after the other fern changed before. That one fern chain was very dastardly, where there was an extra one, but it was at least out of place. So, I don't remember this hotel doorway being framed by 2 different types of plants, but it might have been. I am suspicious of the plants again. Let's pay attention. Was it? Does anybody remember if this hotel door was framed by 2 different types of plants? Because most of these doors, most of these doorways, if they are framed by plants, it's the same plant. See, like that. Oh wait, the tree.
Huh.
It died. Now the sad violin. Is this an X8 clone stream? Yes. And it's a good one, surprisingly. It really is harder to find good ones than it is bad ones. But it's nice when we have good ones. That's why the good ones are so nice, though, because the bad ones make us appreciate them more.
That's it.
It's very pretty. Yeah, because I actually want 100% this one just because I'm enjoying it. And I'm also, like, the anomalies are good, so... Alright, let's see what our current list of anomalies is after that run. We have radio silence. We have... local trees dead! There's only one, technically, so it's more local tree dead. Plant mystery! Who stole the plants? Plant mystery! Doorways changed! Wait, what? When did I get that? Doorways changed? In that screenshot there, it looks like they're more narrow? When did I get... Hold on. Wait, you know what's not... Oh. Oh my gosh, I think the developer made a mistake, but by making a mistake, I actually found the anomaly. So, in Doorways Change... I don't know how this correlates, but Doorways Change was the one where there was 1 extra plant at the end. That one where there was like 2, 2, 2, and 3 on the different walls, and I spotted the extra plant. That doesn't have an entry here, but Doorways Change does. So for whatever reason, Doorways Change is focused on doorways, but it also had an extra plant at the end, and that's what I spotted. I didn't spot the doorways, but I did spot the extra plant. Is that the door you just looked at? I mean, technically, but the last one was the dead tree. That was the last one we just did was local trees dead. All right, let's just here. You know what? Actually, this is really easy. I can just look at that doorway in game and compare it. Let's do a new run. Doorways Change probably had the same amount of plants, but 1 plant needed to be moved because of a door's width. Oh, maybe that's it. But yeah, we can just go take a look. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think I immediately see something different. All right, so like here. Yeah, so hotel day. Look at this. So we have plant, light above plant, small doorway, window, plant. That is completely different because it's a double door here, but a single door in the anomaly. So
yeah,
the arch was removed, and it was a different type of door, and there was a window to the left. So like the entire hotel entrance was really different. Actually, I just didn't notice that. But for whatever reason, in that particular anomaly, I do not know why, but in that particular anomaly, there was also an extra plant at the end. I don't know why. Maybe they moved it. Maybe something was moved. I don't know, but it's weird that it wasn't just deleted. Regardless, I'm glad we found... That's a tricky one, actually, so I'm glad we accidentally got that another way. Found an alternative way of solving that one. Which is good, because that's a tricky one, so I'm glad that's out of the way now, because they probably won't repeat that as an anomaly type, so... This game has a level of polish also that makes me wonder, especially since it's tracking them, and I don't think it's repeated a single anomaly. So I feel like since it's not repeating anomalies and it's also tracking them with a nice, quite dynamic tracker, with little images and titles and such. I kind of wonder if this game might actually have an ending if you get everything. It might. It's giving me the vibe that it might have that effort into it. So another reason I kind of want to keep going. That's weird. I thought I saw that chair move. I don't think it did. I think that was just my imagination. New rule. If I walk to the end, I'm not walking back. Because again, it's no sprint, so I'm just going to save us time. Plus, we've actually won twice. So it's once you beat an X8 like the first time, generally at that point, it's no longer about beating the game. It's about finding the anomalies. Which sounds like the same thing, but not it isn't necessarily the same thing. If you find an anomaly, then lose to an anomaly, then find an anomaly, then lose to an anomaly, you never win the game, but you are finding the anomalies. You are tracking them. You are adding them to your list, and that's what matters. Obviously, it's better to not lose to them because then you can find more, but at a faster rate. But winning the game is not the goal, really, at this point. Wait a minute. Something feels weird about this building. I don't know what it is. The flakes are normal. I feel like always going up these steps is wise, because, I don't know, there might be somebody up here, and I could see them if I climb.
What the heck happened here?
Murder over the bananas, for the looks of it.
What?
Wow, there's like a story here, though. You know, a lesser developer would just like put the table on the side and put a basic blood puddle underneath it. But this developer is like, okay, splatter the walls, table splattered, fallen over halfway, blood trail, knocked over trash can, trash littered around, handprint on the trash can as somebody tries to grab it as they're dragged away, and then explosion of blood over there. Like, yeah, this developer could have just placed the blood stain and called it a day, and most of the X8 developers would have, but that blood trail tells a story. Jeez Louise. It's very grisly. And see, that level of thought, though, grisly as it may be, like, there's a lot of thought to it. Like, I'm gonna knock over the trash, gonna put some trash there. It just speaks of a developer that cares about what they're putting together, and that's something we appreciate. It feels like, you know, that should be a base standard of any game, but unfortunately it really isn't. Yeah, there's care put into it. Yeah. So three terrible things have happened down this alley. Creepy shadow person, blood mess, and then of course the giant fire. This alleyway is particularly cursed. Oh no, it's normal. Evident by the fact I'm doing more nitpicking than anything else. Yeah. Same here. Like, the spread thing is an actual problem, but it's not a huge problem. Like, it's a tangible thing I think they should update and just add a sprint, but I'm fine if they don't. Like, it's not the end of the world. Yep, that was normal. I'll give it this, though. Even though it's a bit long, it doesn't require that much effort. Like, it's mostly just a main path. I'm choosing to go up the stairs and check this balcony, but I kind of feel like the developer won't make that necessary to do. If there is something up there, I should be able to see it from down here, probably. So the only real deviation I have to do in this environment, which helps a lot with the whole lack of sprinting thing, because I don't have to do as much backtracking, but the only real thing I have to do is, like, look down this alley. I don't think I need to even go down it. Like, I'm doing this each time, but I don't think I'm really expected to do that. So as long as I just look down it. Also, to put it this way, I was afraid this was going to be a bad time to the amount of plants alone. The dynamicness of anomalies has flipped my view. Yeah. See, the problem is, the thing is, like, I understand your concern. Your initial concern is understandable, and I had some myself. Because if this was a bad developer, a lazy developer, then they very well could have made this environment be a complete pain for us. Fortunately, that was not the case. But they also did so in such a way where we're still being challenged. We still have to look. Okay, that was... Is this another vanilla? I doubt that. I don't remember if we've actually seen vanilla repeat twice yet. We just had a vanilla, so I'm very critical of this loop. We have, we're only at 13 of 48. We have quite a ways to go still, technically. That's the thing, with the environment being large and the lack of a sprint. We're not actually going through the game very quickly, but the anomalies are high enough quality that that's fine. But yeah, I might just laze on this for the rest of the night. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. This one does have me, like, it's been a while since we've had an X8 like that really made me feel like I want to 100% this, but this one does make me feel that way, despite the sprint issue. And also, I can't spot anything wrong. I'm just gonna go. Again. Oh yeah, it was 2 vanillas in a row. That's the first time that happened. Again, if I mess up, we still get a clue, so I think I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that as an alternative to winning. Were these always green? Why they are painted? Wait, what? I guess they were. Yeah, I think the first one was. I gotta keep it on that mood. That mood is gonna change at some point. I don't know how. But it's gonna change at some point. I'm gonna feel really silly if I didn't notice. It's the easiest thing to see right off the bat, so I need to remember to look at it then. Multiple signs? No, I'm hallucinating. No, I think that's the anomaly. Painted lanterns. You think so? You think the lanterns being painted is a weird thing? know. Were they... Well, let me ask you this. If they're painted now, then what color were they before? If green is not their default color, what is? Gray. Yeah, I was thinking gray in my head, too. Yeah, that kind of really stands out. Like, I think I've blended in before on this wall, and this was a gray wall. I think you're right. I think they do stand out too much. Oh, nope, nope, nope. That was incorrect. I in the back of my mind, I was wondering if I was getting convinced or something. Yeah, they are supposed to be green.
Whoa. A triple trickery.
I guess you were, in fact, hallucinating. This way, though.
Yeah. After two normals, people just like it was time.
I mean, I was more willing to pick Anomaly 2 after 2 normals in a row, yeah.
Yes.
It just felt like a better idea in general, so I just went with it. But yeah, it was normal. It's good to know, though. Honestly, sometimes failing in these games is the best way to remember something. Like, oh, okay, you know. Like, it really corrects a point of view, especially if you pick Anomaly when there isn't one. Ah! That actually, that surprised me. Somebody screamed and went home. Oh yeah, the door's still... Oh, look, there's scratches on the door. Well then. Once again, this alleyway is cursed. I don't think they went home. I think they broke in, and I feel very bad for whoever is living there. Because that's not good. I actually caught, like, that gleamed in the moonlight, so I saw it from a really long distance away, actually. Yeah, I think you're right about Home Invader, because I think they just went into this person's hotel room. Wonder if there's more. Is there a rule of 2 of this? Is there another place where there's more of those? Or is it just the one? I wouldn't be too mad if it's just the one, considering it is kind of... It's a little subtle, but at the same time... The subtleness is that it's both on the gray and the green. It's not the most obvious thing, but I really appreciate that the moonlight causes it to shine. That makes a big difference. That one's fairly subtle, but at the same time, it's like, once you see it, you know something's wrong. So. I guess the biggest hint is the fact that the Owen Hotel has some of the blood or fingerprint on it. So that can catch your eye. Yeah, the O definitely doesn't blend. So that's actually... That was probably very intentional that they made it cross part of the white part of the sign. This loop is the people are getting their homes broken into loop, I guess. Potted plant has returned. Oh, wait, what? What do you mean by that? Are you suddenly calling out an anomaly, or...? Well, I mean, everything seems fine here. Hamper of the hotel also had the the potted plant. It's weird how the potted plants go missing sometimes. I think that might be a developer error where, like, when Midnight another anomaly that has nothing to do with the plants, they just accidentally misplace a plant sometimes for that particular map. I think that's happened, and while I would normally say, "Oh, boo, you're making a mistake," that honestly helped me notice an anomaly was occurring before. So honestly, if the plants change a little bit for some anomalies that have nothing to do with the plants, I don't really mind that, as it's just yet another thing to notice. So I don't know, I appreciate it, honestly. I think it was on purpose so you could see the clear. Oh, what? Oh yeah, because this plant would have to... Yeah, because they climbed up the wall here, so the plant would be in the way otherwise. Yeah, so the plant had to be moved. That makes sense. That makes sense. Though I think that extra plant at the end, for that one that involved the doorway of the hotel door, I don't think that had anything to do with the doorway. I don't know. I don't think that extra plant was supposed to be there, but it was, and that's fine. Did the moon exist, by the way, on this load?
I think so.
I forgot to check. It looks like it does. I think I see it there. Yeah. Okay. Looks normal enough. I think this is a vanilla. At least there's no blood this time. All the trash. That's probably the cat's fault. Oh. Okay, this alleyway continues to be the worst place ever. Now there's hanged ghosts! Yay! I'm not allowed to look at them or I think I'll die. There's a lot of stuff where if I look at it, I think either I die or it does a scary thing. I'm not sure. The increased heart rate, the blurry vision, if this feels like if I keep staring I'll have a heart attack, so I'm not going to do that. Good night, T-Robot. Sleep well. Something bothers me about the tree, but I'm gonna ignore it. But if I'm wrong, I'll just, go check. Wait a minute. I almost went in, and then I read Yamira say something weird. Hold on. No, they're here. What are you talking about, sold out? I thought the bananas were missing because you said that. No, they're there. I like how I caught myself the last second before entering the doorway to check that. Yeah, they're a little hard to see over the crate tops, but they're in there. You can see the yellow. The crates have a gap in the middle, so you can see the yellow through them. Yeah, they're a little. They're not like piled over the top of the crate, so you have to like look a little bit. Honestly, this radio is perfect because you get this nice, night crickets, and you walk past the nice radio. It's got a good soundscape. I could feel like I could see somebody having this as a second monitor video as they, if anybody's watching this, I could see this as a good second monitor video as they're doing something else, and then they could pop over and look whenever something actually happens. Speaking of which, if you do that, let me know. Yeah, the soundscape is enjoyable. It's repetitive, obviously, because we're going through a loop, but it's enjoyable. I usually do that. Yay! Sometimes it's hard to see the full detail on mobile because I'm oblivious. No, it's okay. You're on mobile. You have a smaller screen you're working with, so I understand. Also, you have a smaller screen than I do anyways, because I have a full monitor screen, and you guys are looking at a, slightly smaller version of that, so... But yeah, the bananas are easy enough to see through the... You can see... I'm pretty sure even on a small screen, you can see the bits of yellow there. From a distance, so... That's what I look for. I look for the yellow through the cracks to know if they're there or not. Because I also was thinking, like, empty crate could be a thing. Well, everything looks normal. Aha! The blood, actually, it kind of looks more like wine, but the blood fountains. I called that one. Though it might just be wine. We'll look at the next anomaly set once we go to another end game screen. Once we win. Every time I win, I will check all the anomalies we've currently found. That's how I'll do it. See what their names are and stuff. Fountains of evil. Either herring or fun fountains. Free alcohol, maybe. I'm waiting for the gelato sign to do something, by the way. Has yet to do so, but wait for it to. I feel like it will at some point. Hello, Omni. We're doing pretty well. We're having a higher quality X8 stream than usual, so I'd say that's going pretty well. Here's another prediction. The bell will never stop ringing. That's going to be an anomaly. It rings whenever you enter, but I think if it just kept ringing and ringing, that's going to be a fairly obvious anomaly. But anomaly, I think I expect all the same. I have to take special note of the Italian flags because something happened to the flags that I missed one time. So, also just the building's colors somehow. Maybe just some unusual colors showing up. Maybe that's what I gotta look for. Oh, that's clever! Tablecloths are gone. Every single one of these tables had a tablecloth. I'm glad I made a note to myself about the tablecloths. And again, rule of 4. Well, in this case, rule of more than 1. If just one was... Actually, if just one tablecloth was missing, I think that would be pretty obvious too, compared to the other tables next to it. But, having them all missing, it definitely looks different. Alright, let's look at our discovery list now. We have... Market Massacre. Oh no. We have... Blood Fountains. It is blood. Tablecloth stolen. News at 11. Ghostly bodies found. Trash mystery. Break-in mystery. You're just gonna report it as a break-in. There's just somebody crawled up the dang wall. But yeah, just call it a break-in mystery. And then late night noise. Somebody's home got it broken into, but yeah, noise, sure. That's all that matters. I feel like this newspaper is like understating things so that the populace doesn't get concerned or something. Like, no, guys, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, just stay in your homes after night. No, there's no problems. Oh, I just realized the cat's over here, too. That's good. Hello, Chris. It is going well. We're playing a good game. I'm going to try to 100% this. If I can. 1952, 7/15. July 15, 1952, volume 69. Castano Times. Is there a city in Italy called Castano? Imagine the cat was just stuck in the infinite hallway because it didn't understand. That would be too sad. Aw. That would be sad. Another reason we're still going is because, well, as you guys have probably noticed, we haven't had a repeat. So, Castano is a commune municipality of the province of Pavia in the Italian region Lombardy. Ah, so it's based on a real location then. Yeah, I'm going to move a little quicker now that we've grown more accustomed to the environment. Means I might make a mistake, but who cares? Because I get hits when I do that. We have a lot of anomalies to get through, so I think some efficiency is warranted. See, despite this one having quite a few anomalies as well, I still feel like this is a reasonable number of anomalies because it's clear to me that the anomalies have care put into them. Yeah, there's some simpler ones, but we're seeing also some really interesting ones, really dynamic ones as well. So, here's the thing. The correct number of anomalies for an X8 like is whatever number the developer feels they can be creative and interesting with. That is the correct number. So it also depends on the developer, their dev cycle, how many ideas they have, creatively speaking, for anomalies. The number of the correct anomalies just simply depends on, I don't know, Dev, what do you think you can do with these anomalies? I have not seen the X8 movie yet. I suppose I'll have to at some point. Oh no, I made a mistake. I could have sworn there were balconies here. Oh no. Missing balconies is something I gotta watch out for. Okay. So missing okay, so I think the three things I missed: the buildings somehow changing colors, something being wrong with the flags, and missing balconies. Well, let's see. Balconies. Okay, there's not a ton of balconies, but there are a few. There's this one here. So this was probably missing, the one above this sign. There's also a balcony here at the end of this smaller alley. And that might be the only two. Okay, missing balconies is a bit of a subtle one, yeah. But there's only a couple real balconies, so I guess those were probably missing. I will know. Have the devs made other games? The foresight around how they placed the anomalies reads like they had time to perfect their craft. I will check with that. I'll check with you on that. I guess I could take a quick look now. The developers is Game Fan, and I don't know anything about them. They also made... Oh, actually, Lunar Anomaly is their first game. Oh, wait, no. Their second game, I guess, technically. Their first game was Akini's Veil, which is actually another X8 like. So this is the second game they've made for X8 likes. You're right. And obviously this is in library. We have it ready to go as well. We have that one purchased. So that's right. I should have realized that was by the same person, considering the anime person looked the same too. But yeah, so this is their second game. I think Akino's Veil, if I remember, it takes place in Japan, if I remember that. That also looked pretty interesting. So it might not be as good as this game, given that it's their first game, but the difference of time is like a few months. So I think that it'll probably still be a good game. We'll find out at some point when we roll it. Oh. The sign makers did such a poor job. And the painters. There's a lot of signs upside down. How do you mess it up this bad?
Everything.
Even the menu is mirrored. I was disappointed. I was hoping these two signs would also be flipped. You had one job. I see. Still pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, like, this is supposedly their second game on Steam. I don't know if they made stuff outside of Steam. Of course, they could have. Unreleased projects or itch.io projects or something like that, possibly. So there's three things in particular we need to watch out for. We need to watch out for this, probably this balcony disappearing, something being wrong with the Italian flags, and something being wrong with the general building colors, whatever that is. Maybe just some colors that shouldn't be there.
31 months of being subbed Cherum Doc's Heart Cherum Tuck Mighty.
Hey, thank you, JV. Hope you're doing well tonight, too. You came out of... honestly, this is a good late-night vibe game, to be honest with you. This is the right time for a game like this right now. It's like pretty late, but I don't mind. Because this is chill, and it's easy to chill out, too. I mean, it's got some scary things, but... I didn't spot anything wrong when I walked down. I'm just gonna go for it. Yep, it was a vanilla. Oh. Does the moon seem brighter? Like, is it like extra glare? Maybe not, I don't know. Balcony, flags, buildings. Oh. Let's see, they all look normal. One thing they also could have done. This is a real deep cut nitpick, but I wish the radio didn't restart with each load. I wish it just kept going with its song, so each time I encountered it, it was in a different part of the song. It's a classical piece, so it probably goes on for at least 5 minutes, meaning that I would constantly be hearing new snippets of it if they did that, which would be kind of nice. But obviously, I'm not. This is extreme nitpick. I don't mind that they didn't. Oh yeah, there's also a balcony up there. So there's a balcony here, way up there, and over there. So there's like, oh, there's like 2 up here actually. I'm not counting correctly. And there's 1 up there. Yeah, there's tons of balconies. So if there's like less than 5, then something's wrong. There is the Exit 8. Oh, the Backers. Yeah, the Backers movie as well. That also looks really good. You know what? I was right. But what was I right about? Oh no, it wasn't the moon. I thought the moon was something was wrong with the moon. Let's see. I've just found an anomaly by accident. What did I find? Window mystery. Oh, there was something wrong with the windows. I'm still not entirely sure what, but something did feel a little weird with the windows. I thought that's like I had a brief thought about it. Let's look at this building here, whichever one that is. So I accidentally found the window mystery. While thinking that there was something wrong with the moon. Maybe they cut up the song a little bit, play different sections, to remind of how many loops deep you are into the game. That's actually be quite clever. Obviously, it's just an extra effort thing. It's not necessary at all, but it would be kind of neat. So I guess you could say having the song start at the beginning each time definitely gives the better impression of like a loop, but like in your environment, but. Things look normal. Here's another anomaly prediction. The radio music plays everywhere, rather than just when I approach it. Let me see something now. Window mystery. It's background. I'm trying to figure out what building is in this screenshot here. It's one with lights and a window that might be different, and lights that are crossing over a plant. Let's see. Actually, there isn't a single building that matches that description, so maybe the plant also got moved around. Well, I mean, What building do you think this is down here? This one here. Oh, there's an arch next to it, an inset arch. That's near the beginning then. Yeah, Boston, that's true. A performance hit could occur if you... Is it this one? No, it's to the right of an arch. So it'd be this... So here... Okay. So Window Mystery is this building. Yeah, so this building here... It's not the window... Oh! The awning is missing. That's what's wrong with it. Despite the fact it's called window mystery, it's actually awning mystery because this was missing. I assumed that on that run there was multiple awnings missing, and I just wasn't paying attention. I was looking at other things. Oh, that's why this... I just realized what's going on. So the moon was glaring at me because there was not an awning blocking some of its... Yeah, because I was... You see how the moon is blocked by the awning right now? But if I do this, it gets a little brighter. So the lack of an awning meant there was more brightness. That's why the moon felt brighter to me on that particular anomaly. What a roundabout way to notice the problem. I did not notice the missing awning. I missed the effects of the missing awning. I noticed the effects of the missing awning. Also, speaking of noticing things, I'm not noticing a thing here. Oh, there's just no tablecloth in that table, I just realized. I think that's normal, though. Let's see. I feel like the game is getting a little stingy about dropping new anomalies in my lap. I guess we did technically get the window in, I just didn't touch it. Yeah, I was right. There was just another vanilla. I was like, oh, I don't feel like anything happened, so... Oh, there we go! There we go! There we go! I said it very early on that I noted that all the windows don't have lights on. The town is alive tonight! Now there's so many lights on. It's very obviously storefronts. It's always nice to call it. Oh, there are even these big lights. Yeah, that really stands out. You're having trouble sleeping. Probably the ghost girl that breaks in everybody's homes making it hard to sleep, maybe. Also, considering she does a murder now and then. At least I think she does. Okay, we have the balconies. We have the flags, and the building colors look normal. It's just those three, right, that I've missed so far? Yeah, I think so. I basically am just trying to keep complete track of anything I miss. Since the hints basically tell us what was missed, so... My consistency is pretty good, though, as far as, like, picking the right thing. 3 mistakes out of how many runs I've done. It's a pretty good sign. Also a pretty good sign things were being... But also good, just a good sign that things are designed well. Aha! Did you guys notice that something seemed wrong? Can you guys tell me what's wrong right now? There's a more general thing that's wrong, but the specific reason. Yeah, it's dark. It looks dark, doesn't it? The lanterns are just gone. There's one right here, I believe, for instance. I think they're all just gone. That really changes the mood of this area, just having these lights not here. And there's lanterns on the ends of these, yeah, so... I appreciate they went to the trouble of not just removing the lights, but also removing the light sources, because some devs wouldn't even bother. They would just leave the lights existing without their lights. By the way, we'll probably do like a furry feature tomorrow. I haven't decided yet, but I am going to do something tomorrow. I might keep that stream a little shorter, though. Because there's also Poker Roll this week. I noticed the darkness when I saw the tutorial image was... Yeah, the tutorial image is probably the most obvious thing there that... Now that you mention it. Another clever little anomaly would be if I approach here and those lights don't click on. If they just... You know, we always hear a click and the lights turn on. If they just don't, that'd be a great anomaly, actually. Because it'd be right at the end, but it would both be audio and visual. So it would be a pretty good one. And I couldn't see anything wrong. I noticed by the hotel, the color seemed off, the darkness seemed to take shape then. Yeah. Quite the mood shift. Hi there, Epic. This is actually going really well. Oh no!
I think he...
Were the doors always that color? Oh no, I don't know what that means exactly.
The color as well. Where?
I think I briefly looked at a door and thought to myself, huh. But then I didn't really think more about it. So something caught my eye about the doors. I don't know what though. You going to bed though?
Yes, I'm going.
That's fair. Alright, you have a good night, Vivi. I'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Might be lurking on the chat for a little bit more, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Epic. We played two Exodate likes today. This is the second one. The first one was actually pretty good, and this one is actually very stellar. Okay, so I think what I did was I looked at the hotel door and I thought to myself, that's weird, and then I kept going, and I didn't really think about it any further. I don't actually know what was wrong, thinking about it. But I guess it's a color thing or something. I mean, right now the doors look like a weird color, don't they? Like, why are they so bright? Were they always this bright or orange? Well, some of them anyways. A B and an A, yeah. That's basically the rankings we're going to be seeing here. Okay, let's keep track. Balcony is here. The Italian flags look right. The building colors seem fine. I don't know about the doors, because now I'm a little not sure. I sadly just got back from driving, settling down. I mean, that's fine. I hope you can settle down comfortably. I'm gonna try to see this one to its completion, unless it stonewalls me or something. Though you can brute force these, especially when you get down to the last few anomalies. If you're still struggling, especially when especially when they don't repeat, and you're always getting ones you haven't beaten. When you have narrowed down to the ones you're really struggling with, either you generally find a breakthrough and you figure out what you've been missing, or you could just brute force it by just going to select anomaly until you get it. The ones that you're having trouble with. You can do that too. I'm trying to actually actively find the anomalies though, since some of them are indeed interactive, and I'd rather not miss them. Oh, why was I was scrutinizing the vanilla load. Why was I doing that? We're only now playing. That was a waste of my time. Actually, not really, because I was paying attention to the door colors, and that was a vanilla. So now I know what the door colors are supposed to be, so if they do change, I should notice a little more easily. That'll help. Because, yeah, all that door observation I was doing was on vanilla doors, so... If we just remember what they're supposed to look like... I guess the main thing is, this door is bright orange, the one by the first light. I'll go off of that for starters, because that's kind of obvious. By the way, the roofs are red. I'm noting this because it's possible they could be some weird color randomly. Green wall doors seem to be orange. And corals tend to be dark brown. Coral and yellow. Good observation, by the way, the green wall doors being that. Hotel door is a double door, it's brown. Yeah, the coral doors are generally brown. Yeah, most of them... That's why I wasn't really paying attention to door colors before. Didn't know that something weird was happening with them. Oops. The balconies seem to be in place. Game honestly is being a little bit stingy with the anomalies at this point, I feel like. Unless I missed something. I didn't miss anything. Alright. I always check to see if the wine glasses are full. I bet at some point they won't be. Just a hunch. I'm on computer, I must say those walls have some actual nice details. I didn't notice that before. Yeah, honestly, like, yeah, there's like actual, you can actually see like the paint layers on it and stuff. It's nice. This is an environment, I don't think this is an acid flip. I think the designer made this. I think the developer made this environment. Or at the very least, if it is an acid flip, he put it together really well from different parts. Like, really well. No missing sieves, nothing that looks weird or clipping into each other. He did a good job. One way or another, whether he created these assets himself or not. Okay. Again, I don't see anything. Wait. Nope, that's normal too. Alright, let's see if I made a mistake. Yep. Were the walls always... Wait! I got... Okay, that's one I fell twice now. Did you guys know... Wait a minute. Well, you made me compliment the walls, but I still didn't see anything wrong with them. Did anybody notice anything weird about the building colors? It's okay. Ymir was legitimately looking at the walls, so Ymir, what did you notice? That's okay. We'll eventually narrow down to that one if we keep failing it, so. Actually, failing that twice answered my last question, and that question was, are we only seeing unique ones when we beat them? And yes, that's the case. So if we fail them, they can repeat. If we beat them, they don't repeat. Which is perfect. That's how we want this to go. That is the best setup for an Exit 8 like. Red was yellow. Oh, red was yellow. I'm not paying much attention. So, like, these guys. So, okay, when we're approaching the entryway, these are coral and red at the end here. If one of them is not red or coral, that's a problem. So that's what we should pay attention to. The red coral at the end. If they aren't red coral, then something's wrong. Yeah, because that would be the best spot to look for it, probably. Because I'm going to assume whatever changed will change in multiple places. Like, if one red building has been changed in color, then all the red buildings will probably change in color, because this game is generally pretty fair about that. Yep, okay. I think all's fine. Yeah, thanks for noticing that, Ymir. This is why this is a group effort. This is why play these games with a stream is the ideal way. Play this game with other people is the ideal way to play this game. I think this type of game. I mean, Exit 8 likes. The planters are empty. The plants are gone, but the planters remain. A small variation of the one where the plants are completely gone, but also it was only okay. But the other one, those plants were also gone. So this time, only some plants are gone. I can't tell that well, but I think the wall you're looking at was a different color. Okay, it's something to go off of. We'll start with that. Okay. You wouldn't think, like, entire building changes color to be a hard anomaly to spot, but it kind of is because this is such a colorful street, so it's really hard to notice things like that. Okay. Yeah, the way that I define this is that this building is wine red, and this building is coral red. That's how I define those buildings. No! Those buildings are missing something! Oh, that's way too vague. What were they missing? Wait, were they missing their... I think I know. I think I might know what it was missing. Hold on. I have a hunch. Were they missing their window shutters? Let's see. No, they have their shutters. What were they missing? I'm looking back at the footage. I think it's the loop in particular. Something does feel wrong about him. Hold on. Actually, I can put this up on screen for you guys. Hold on. Up. Or at least partially on screen. Here you go. I believe this was the load of the level where we just fell. What was... Oh! The Genesis Qual, you're right. No, wait, no, they're still there. Never mind, the lights are there. What is... No, wait, this is the planter run. Hold on. That's not the one we went with, the one after it. Okay, this is the one. This is the one we found. They have their shutters. They have their canopy things over the windows. They have windows. What are they missing? At least I think this is the loop we were on. I'll double check in a minute, but inner frames? What part? The windows or something does seem to be wrong though. I don't know what it is. Let me advance to make sure this is actually the right one. These buildings are missing something. Yeah, okay. They do just seem to be like, so this is the buildings are missing something. So something is missing on these buildings. Wait. The buildings at the back, aren't these windows? Because these are just not windows. Yeah, I think the last building lacked windows or something. Let's double check. They look kind of like that anyways. I'm not really sure. The game is currently in vanilla state, so whatever's missing on the buildings is not missing right now. Oh! No, that's stringing across. I'm just trying to see. Okay, there's that, and then I know you guys can't see what I'm seeing, but I can see what you guys are looking at, and then I can see what I'm looking at, and then I can compare. I don't see any difference. Let me try an earlier building. Whatever is missing. Legitimately, I cannot fit here. I'll make this. I'll do a window in a window thing for you guys. Hold on. Okay. Let's be a little fancy with this. I need to copy. Hold on. I need to copy something. Let's take this and copy it, paste it, new source. Yeah, that's fine. And then close this. Okay. All right, let's see. Here's what I can do. Okay. So on the left is the video demonstrating how things are missing. On the right is me currently in the vanilla mode of the level. I believe it's vanilla. Let me double check. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm gonna walk to the same position as that image. And then maybe we can figure it out. Something is absolutely wrong with the building. The moss! The moss was missing. Okay, well just look straight up the stairs. If the building isn't green with moss, then there's a problem. Okay. Jeez. Alright, well at least you figured it out. Okay. The moss. That feels less like an anomaly and more like, oh good, they cleaned up the buildings. They got the creeping ivy. They dealt with it. They will all that creeping ivy. Good for them. Alright, the moss. Yeah, there's moss on a few buildings, like this one and that one. So, alright, that's it. So we need to look out for missing moss, missing balconies, something changing with the door colors, something changing with the building colors, and something involving the Italian flags. Those are the 5 anomalies I'm aware of. Out of, let's see, that's actually just 29 of 48. There's still a whole bunch more besides that. So those are things we can keep an eye out for, but there's a lot more to find besides that. Right. Okay, I see the moss. Straight up, I can say that. Like, we gotta keep an eye out for those things, but we also need to not get distracted from finding other things. Balconies exist. Flags seem fine. Moss is there. Doors seem normal. Can you pull up the image real fast? You know what? No, but I'll link you the VOD. Because it wasn't an image, I had the VOD open. Here's the VOD. The VOD will be basically about 2 or 3 minutes behind the current moment in time. If you refresh the VOD, it will get the new time added to it. So if you want to check something that happened like 3 or more minutes ago, just refresh the VOD page and you can find it. For reference. I think it's more like 2 minutes. Everything 2 minutes ago, actually, but 3 minutes to be safe. I'll just say 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, sure, Ymir. It might be a little tricky. You'll need to, like, rewind, and then you have to check the end of each loop and find the one where it mentions the building color. I think I was, like, maybe 6 or 7 loops back. Oh. Not sure, though. But yeah, you can, obviously, just looking for the hint is a trick. Did they add moss? What? Let me see. think that's the normal amount of moss. I believe this one is a vanilla. Yeah, I also kind of... No wonder we missed the moss, because... Yeah, it was vanilla. No wonder we missed the moss, because we just all kind of got used to it. It's also higher up, so it's something you have to, like, look up towards to really pay much attention to. Okay, let's see. Moss is present. Balcony's present. Alright, I know what it is. Finally, me checking the flags over and over again paid off. There's no flags. They're all gone. The Italian's pride is not here. It's okay, Epic. You don't have to worry about helping immensely. If you notice anything at all, though, feel free to mention. If you have a thought about something, go ahead. Even if you're wrong, it's not harmful to make a suggestion. Okay, we don't have to think about the flag one anymore. I've solved it. So I can remove that from my brain. Now, you know, it's weird. Despite the fact that it says we have like half the anomalies still, it feels like we're narrowing it down, doesn't it? It feels like, because we've seen the building one twice, we've seen the flag one twice now. It feels like we're narrowing it down. Like, it feels like we're getting to the last ones almost, but I don't think that's the case. But it feels like that. So things we're aware we need to watch out for: missing balconies, missing moss, door colors changing, and building colors changing. Those are two different anomalies, mind you. The building paint and the doors are different. Are different things. And then I do need to keep an eye out for everything else that might happen. Whatever that is. You found it. What'd you find? Tell me, just give me a building to keep an eye on for the building color thing. Because I don't think every building had changed colors, right? It was just certain ones. Wait a minute. The cafe? You mean the gelateria building? With the gelato sign? Or do you mean a different cafe? Okay, so basically the building with a gelato sign in front of it becomes orange. That's... okay, cool. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for that. I know that this staircase is supposed to be yellow, so if that turns orange or if the building next to turns orange, I'll keep that in mind. I feel like this part being wine red is different, but I don't think... maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, we can remember that. Thank you. Thank you for figuring it out. See, these games are kind of puzzle games, aren't they? Spot the difference, figure out what changed, etc. Some of it's puzzle solving, to some extent. I mean, a lot of puzzle games involve observation, so... this is just pushing the observational skills the most. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, onions in place. Moss in place. Doors seem fine. I think. I still don't know exactly what we're looking... well... were there two orange doors here before? I don't know. I don't know. I will stay suspicious. You got 3 monitors. Oh wow, you are kidding. Actually, 3 monitor setup would be really good for a play at X8 likes, because then you could have, like... yeah, we could have all sorts of things to keep track of. Like, put up an image here. Just have it as a little guide on the side. We have 2 monitors, but technically we just have one when playing, because one of the monitors is more or less dedicated to all the stream stuff. So we can't really pull up other things on the side. I think those 2 are always there. I just probably wasn't paying attention to them. I wonder. Nope. Okay. In a way, it's good when I fail, because it means we learned something. When I succeed at picking vanilla, nothing happens. That's not progress. Picking vanilla and being right is not progress. It's actually more progress to pick vanilla and be wrong. Though it's best to pick Anomaly and be right. That is actual progress, but knowledge progress is picking vanilla and being wrong. So that still helps. Wait. Okay, balcony is there. Guys, was the gelato science background always red? I mean, it might have been, because I know the text is the right color, blue and the purple. Or pink. Or both. Huh. Okay. Trash day came and gone. Okay. No trash cans. That was an easier one. Oh. So we had an anomaly where the radio wasn't there? It is here. What? There. I heard another sound. I heard another sound. I don't know what that was. I heard like a click click. That's not normal. What was that? Huh. That's unnerving. Door next door. Oh! Was it open? The door opened or something. Or clicked close. I'm not sure which. It opened. Ooh, what, was it? How open was it? Was it just a little bit, or was it like inviting me in? Okay, that was what I heard. Fair enough. I heard the click. I couldn't source where it came from though. How suspicious. So this door opened. Yeah, it is actually a properly... Yeah, it's a properly modeled door, unlike some of these. Well, actually, that one is too, even if it has a bad texture. Bloop. Thirsty. I see why they need to dry the laundry. Probably should have washed it better first. A subtle anomaly, but one with an animation to it. That's very appreciated. That's another way to do a subtle anomaly. Make it move in some way. So while it's subtle and small... What did you do? Did you spill all the wine? I'm surprised that didn't kill me, actually. This is a very murderous city. I think I understand why people are missing. Everybody's dying. Okay, now things are picking up a bit. It was in the cursed hallway, so that helps too. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The cursed hallway always needs to be scrutinized because it is a cursed hallway. Cursed alleyway. A lot of death. A lot of death anomalies, right? A lot of implied someone has died. And ideally? No. Probably violently. Not ideally violently. That's not what I was trying to say. That is not an ideal, in fact. Somebody didn't like the wine. It did not fit their palate. They're a high critic. There's that dark type popping out again, just crazy. The evil type. Evil. Alright, let's look at our discoveries. What did we find? We actually found quite a bit at the end there. Let's see. We have... Town goes dark. Yeah, losing all lights. We had... A wine mystery. Trash mystery. Missing flags. Lights on. Sign flip mystery. Do not enter. Oh yeah, the door was straight up open. Okay, guys. If that door... So when the radio was off, the door opened all the way. I bet I could have entered that and died. Probably good for a time that I didn't, though. Who was there? The guy who murdered someone, obviously. Missing trash. Blood found on street. Well, technically it's above the street. I still love Small Fire Breaks Out. That's the best image for something called Small Fire. Really understatement of the year. Yeah, a lot of the names of these... Oh, we're up to 30 just like that. Actually, we're speeding along now. We have 18 left to find. Let's see how... And since we're all... since we always get ones that we haven't beaten, I don't think it'll take very much longer. And we know what some of them are, like the moss and the buildings and the doors changing colors. So once we find those 3, I believe... Oh, and the balconies disappearing. Once we found those 4, then we're down to the ones we don't know anything about, so... Okay. Balconies are there, I think. No! The gelato ice cream cone was full of blood. Or maybe jelly. Also, this wasn't a red awning before. I noticed that first. Actually, this being a red awning was That's not normal. No, the poor gelato. Okay, moss is in place. Balcony is in place. Not. Wait. Wait. I appreciate the radio's going backwards, but also I was able to confirm when I looked at it and saw the scratches on it. It's not just a scratch. Listen. Actually, sounds pretty nice backwards. Again, this is good anomaly design because when it's like an anomaly changing, it's usually two things changing or more. And when it's like something subtle, there's usually like more than one tell. In the case of this, if you're having trouble telling the radio is backwards, but you can tell something's kind of wrong with it, and you go to expect it, now you see the scratches on it. So there you go, you have a visual hint and an audio hint for that anomaly. That's, again, that's good design. Because you have two ways of vetting it, you know, two ways of verifying. Moss is in place. Doorways appear good. Building color seems proper. Balconies seem to be balconying. Yeah, okay. Everything seems fine. Uh-oh. These buildings feel like they're missing. Oh, no, what? But I looked for the balconies. Isn't that the one when balconies are missing? I checked for balconies. No, I checked for the moss. The moss was there. The moss was there. I swear I looked for the moss. I looked up and I found the moss. I looked at this, I looked at that, and there was moss. Maybe there's moss missing only in specific buildings? No, I don't know. I swear I looked for the moss. I know for a fact if the moss disappears, it does disappear off of this building. So weird. Maybe something to do with the ladder. Maybe the windows. Maybe that message about that there's something being wrong with the buildings applies to more than one anomaly. Maybe that's it. Maybe the message is a bit vague, so it could apply to different anomalies. It could apply to like moss and also something else. Maybe that's what happened. Well, I guess we'll just have to see you later. We'll figure it out, don't you worry. Was there always a closed window right underneath the bananas? Why does something about that seem wrong? That does seem weird, right? But rule of 2 though, if that window's wrong, then I should be able to tell from another window. I don't know. I'm just gonna ignore that, but if I'm wrong, well, we'll get a hint, so. No, that was normal, apparently. Hey, man. Paranoia setting in again. It is a nice one. Did it change? No, it looks the same. Okay. I'm just like, you found it remarkable at this exact moment, so I need to check it to make sure it hadn't changed. Yeah, balcony. That billion. There's a lot of billions in the correct color. It's not changed. Doorways seem to be the same. Why are there? Oh, it's a double door. That's why. It's about the. Oh, the sheets. They're all white, not multiple colors. The laundry. The laundry was many colors before. Now it's just white. So in other words, somebody unfortunately bleached all their clothes. That's too bad for them. Okay. Okay. The balconies, they're finally gone again. Okay, that's another thing I can mark off the list of my brain. Don't have to think about the balconies anymore. I expect there to be an anomaly where there's food served on these tables. Another prediction I'm going to make. You know, I didn't really look at the moon. I hope it's fine. I did not check the moon. Moon anomaly. I expect this is a moon anomaly. There's just no moon. It's just sky without moon. Let me confirm moon. Okay. Confirm. I expect the moon will get all weird on us, yes. I expect that at some point. I also expect that I'm going to make a mistake here. I don't know, something feels wrong, but I can't place it. I can't place it, so I'm just gonna go. Whisper time. No, I was right. Moon looks fine. Moss. Draw the building's good. Oh, the doors. No, they look great as well. Moss. Finale. Finale. Always the finale. Room looks normal. Let's see. What else? There's moss all over the place. The doors. That's so rude! It's the doors. I was paying attention to bright orange doors. This was a bright orange door. It is not a bright orange door. And these also can be confirmed as bright orange doors. These are not bright orange doors. It's the doors. They're not bright orange anymore. Multiple doors aren't. I'm pretty sure the doors also changed. Like, yeah, I think like this was darker. So like, I think every door is different, but it's also still very subtle because door is door. Nobody pays attention to door. But yeah, this is the door one. This is the door one. They're all the wrong... Like, the green buildings always had the bright doors, and yeah. Dang. Okay, that one's tricky for me to even notice. But I did. This time I did, at least. Yeah, see that bright orange? It wasn't bright orange before. Oh, it's the moss one. Moss is missing. Okay, now it's just tumbling forward. Okay, after this, the only other one that we're aware of that I messed up was... Well, actually, there's one we don't know what it was because we got it when... Like, I think we got the same message for 2 different anomalies as far as failing them. So I'm not really sure. How are we doing? 36... We have 12 left. 12 left. Quite a few more to go. But we're getting there. What do we know to look out for is when the gelato shop has an orange paint job, so that's one to look out for. Aside from that, I'm not really sure. I think we're riding blind aside from that one. Again, I mean... Fruit stand? It's been overturned with a murder, but otherwise, no. Okay, getting a lot of normals. A lot of normals. Oh. Wait, there's a specific position where if I... Yum! All the ice cream is me. It's mine. Ice cream belly. Alright, that makes up for all the murders that happen in town if they have yummy infinite ice cream. Eee. That's also cute. I like that is also better than food just being on. Yeah. Little interaction. I mean, all it does is instantly spot a bowl, but it's cute. It's still cute. I appreciate that extra pizzazz. See, this game is a good game to compare to the first game tonight, Glitchy Cute Loop, because Glitchy Cute Loop still was pretty good. But the reason why that's a B-rank game and this is an A-rank game comes down to the simple fact. I think that's how we rate it anyways. Did we put it mid B? We put it high B because it was worth that, but yeah, put it A here. But this is an A because it goes the extra mile. Glitchy Cute Loop, also made by the Targeted 10 Days developers, They do a lot of anomalies for their game, but those anomalies tend to be a little bit boring, static. I mean, they're not the worst. They're definitely not the worst. We've seen far worse, but they don't put a lot of dynamicism into their anomalies, which is a bit of a shame, because they totally could if they just probably pruned down the number of anomalies they put in. This developer here, this game that we're playing right now, this has a lot of anomalies. 48 is quite a few. But even so, quite a few of them have a nice little pizzazz to them. We've had some ones that keep us on our toes and are like, whoa, that's something interesting. And I appreciate that. It's not gelato. At least it doesn't kill us. I would be very sad if gelato killed you. Killer gelato sounds really terrible. Hey. Was this sign always really rusty? I'm gonna look at some other signs. Hold on. I mean, they're a little scuffy. They're all kind of a little scuffy. They're older signs. No, it wasn't. Got it. Okay. It looks weirdly rusty. To me, at least. But it may have always been that way. Yeah, basically Boston. To get an S rank, you have to be near perfect. This game, honestly, might have earned an S, or at least a very, very, very high, like top of A, maybe even, if it just had a script button. That's like the main issue I have with it. Seems like such an obvious oversight. You think the sign wasn't rusty? Okay, I'm gonna go in the Anomaly one. No, it was. It was always rusty. It was always rusty. Because we have failed. It's weird that I only now noticed it, though. You know why I doubted that was actually an anomaly? Because there's only one rusty sign. I couldn't find anything else. I couldn't find anything else being rusty. Because if that was an anomaly, then I should have been able to find a second rusty sign. The reason for that being that the developer is fair and would not just put it on a single object. So I should have trusted that. At least in most cases they wouldn't. I fell for the cursed alley. The cursed alley is very cursed, so you expect it to be more cursed. I mean, I was kind of doing so too, so it's understandable. Yeah, I expect more to happen with the fruits and veggies there. Hasn't yet, but pretty sure we just have a vanilla here. Okay. We're getting there. Now, it's quite possible this game might have a proper ending once we're done. I was thinking it might, anyways. I could be wrong, but it also could be right. Because this game has a high level of effort put in, so I think it's possible.
Thanks to @CupidFox99 for my sub gift.
Cupid's the gift that keeps on giving. In the case of having a year gift like you do. That's very kind. Oh no, I found a glitch. If I do this, if you look in the moss, you can see the open air, so that building doesn't have a wall over there. or it doesn't have a proper ball. So I found a little bit of a texture error, but you have to really go out of your way to look for it. So, but that's so hello, Syria. That's the only like visual mistake I've been able to see, for sure. Which is honestly pretty minor. We're having a pretty good time. I'm doing an extended play on this game. I'm gonna 100% it. Oh, we made a mistake. The market seems more empty than you. Oh no, was there no stands? Was there no fruit? Ah, finally a fruit anomaly occurred, and I wasn't watching for it. That one time. Oh well. Okay, now I know of another thing that can go wrong. That's good information. So I think something was wrong with the fruit. That's fine. Something to watch out for. So what we know right now is to look out for building color changes and the market, I guess. So keep an eye on that. But there's other anomalies too. Just don't know what they are yet. I think everything was good. I think. I'm pretty sure you were red. Excuse me. I think I was right. It was, by the way. It was red. Okay. Okay. It's good to remember these things. Is there a window missing? Wait. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Missing, 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 missing. Missing, I think. Missing. I think there was one there. There was one up there. Maybe one there. Definitely one or two here. Randomly missing windows. I think there's a... Yeah, there's a window there. Maybe that's the one I missed earlier. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Yeah, one there, at least one there. Tons there. None here, though. These ones would have stood out a lot, I guess. Yeah, that might have been the buildings missing something that we missed. I'm thinking so too. Alright, well, solve that one. I'm glad I immediately went to the top, looked at the top, look up here, I was like, that doesn't seem right. That was the most obvious one to look at, so I'm glad I looked at that one. Okay, the building color isn't different. Fruit stand seems normal. Hello, Bolt. How are you this evening? Uh-oh. Who left their windows open? Okay, and there's another window one. I have to pay attention. Right after that window one we just did, I stopped paying attention to the windows. Apparently that was a mistake. Who left their windows open? I don't know. Who left their windows? I guess So, there's some shutters that are closed and some shutters that are open, but I'm gonna guess that there's some windows. I'm gonna guess that it's possible for the actual windows to be open as well. Doing good. Just got home from work. Oh, hope your workday was decent. How many we have left at this point? We have 9 left, 3 of which I think I'm aware of. Maybe. No. What? I guess I'll keep an eye on the windows. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to mess up. It just gives us information. And we're narrowing it down to the end here. So we don't have to track every single window. No, we just have to track a few. Just look for any window that's proper. I don't mean the shutters. See, these are like decorative shutters. We don't care about those. We care about the window. If this window here, this pane of glass window is just open or something, that's what we're looking for. It's a little hard to tell, because from a distance they might look like they're open because they're dark. We have to approach and see if they're closed. It's a little tricky. Oh! Storefronts lack their signage. The sign that sticks out here is gone. The hotel sign is gone. Gelato sign is gone. The signs here are gone. Yeah, the signage is removed. I couldn't even tell there's glass. It is hard to tell. You have to, like, approach and get some, like, light glare going to figure it out. Yeah. Okay, that one's easy, at least. Alright. I'm assuming we can tell if some windows are open because, like, maybe some of them will be swung out, like much like the outer things. Maybe some will be swung out, and we can see, oh, it's swung out. You know. I'll just keep an eye out for the windows. I'm not gonna pay too hard attention to them, but okay. We know that the shadow building can change colors. We know that the fruit can do something. Something it hasn't done yet, but something that all the same. Honestly, though. How's this XA clone? It looks nice. It's high A. It's actually very good. The only problem with it is it doesn't have a sprint key when I really wish there was one, but it's not really a huge deal. It's actually got quite the vibe. The one we played before this was a decent B as well. Pretty decent B score. So, pretty good, honestly. Okay, I'm waiting for the gelato building to change color. That's the tell for the building color thing, but we haven't seen it yet. The fruit is normal. And the windows. It's hard to see, but I can tell if there's panes or not when I approach just a little bit. It might still look like a black void to you guys, but I can tell on my screen at least if there's a window or not. Like if there's glass, basically. I'm looking for a lack of glass, basically. And I'm not seeing it, so I'm gonna go for it. Oh. Please tell me that was not real. What? That's the most vague hint we've received so far. Please tell me that was not real. Okay, I assume that whatever the anomaly was is something that looks really supernatural. Like that's not real. Like that could never be real. Something that can't be real. Something that is very clearly wrong, basically. Yeah, the hint seems to imply that I should have seen it, like naturally. I didn't see anything. Maybe it was the moon. Maybe something was wrong with the moon. It's possible. We have yet to find something wrong with the moon, so... You know, I think I found something wrong. I think I may have figured out what the anomaly is for this one. It'd be hilarious to go to the normal and see what the hint is, but... If it was just the developer breaking the fourth wall to say, what are you doing? Or something like, why did you pick normal? Why did you pick normal? Yeah, but I kind of... We've been playing a while, so I kind of want to win. But you can always check out for yourself if you get the game. It's pretty cheap. Okay. Checking windows. I already looked at the moon. It was fine. Fruit's fine. Yeah, the hint system's really helpful. Moon's fine again. Oh! Who left the windows open? Might be this one. The shutters are gone. Though that's not the window. The windows are closed. But the shutters are gone. They shuttered the shutters. That might have been the who left the windows open. Though it doesn't sound quite accurate, but if the maker of this game is a little bit foreign and English is not their first language, then that would be a reasonable thing to kind of mistranslate. I'm thinking that's probably what happened. Also, that's a lot easier to see than if trying to tell if the glass panes are open. So it makes more sense. Oh, fruit's gone. Yeah, how did I miss that the other time? Just all the fruit being gone. Guys, we're wrapping it up now. We're almost done. There's two we know we messed up on, and that is the building color. I'm still waiting for the building color thing to happen. And I don't know, it's something really massive where it's like, I hope this isn't real. I don't know what they're talking about. Moon's still normal. Shadow building is normal. I don't see anything wrong, personally. Oh! Please tell me that was not real. What? What? What is not real? That hit seems to imply I'm missing something obvious, but I've now missed it twice. What is wrong? What are they... There's a floating object up there. Hold on. It's right there. Up. I don't know what that is. It looks like the top of something. Never mind. I guess I found 2 object errors in this map. Otherwise, it looks really good though. A UFO? No. What happened? I was trying to watch back the weird one we missed. You mean the one that said this can't be real? Yeah, I missed that a second time, and I still don't know what it was asking for. I didn't see anything wrong. But I look back a lot, though. Normally. But yeah, I'm still looking... Okay, how many got left at this point? We're missing 5. I know... So, I know... Of 2 of them... 3 of them I have no idea what we're looking for. It's not gonna haunt us too long. We're narrowing it... We only have 5 left, so we're narrowing this down quite a bit. Who left their windows open? No! So the shutters was different from that. Dang it, I have to keep watching the windows over and over and over again. There's always another window anomaly. Okay. Wait, what? Did you see something wrong? I keep wanting to stop watching the windows because I keep thinking I've done the window ones. So what did you spot? What should I be looking out for? For the window one. So the shutter thing was... Oh, you thought the shutter wasn't a translation issue. I guess it wasn't, no. Maybe this was the please tell me that's not real. Just somebody taking out the trash, I guess. Let's hope it was, because I have no idea what else it would have been. Alright, let's see. 4 left. I still gotta pay attention to the windows for something. Ah, the building colors are wrong. The building colors are wrong. Yeah, this is orange. That would have threw me off. And this building... No, oh. This building has a weird trim. Okay. You know what? The hint I was given about the gelato... It's hard to notice it because it's still kind of yellowish. The way I noticed that the building colors were wrong is because I know for a fact this hotel site is colored. So we got the building one. It's subtle though because it's still very colorful here. And some of the building colors are correct, like that one is for sure correct. But yeah, some of the colors are wrong, so... Tricky. The restaurant, yeah, the restaurant, something looks wrong with it, too. Can't quite place it, though. So, let's see, we're at... Yeah, okay, 3 left after this? 3 left. So, okay, so now I gotta pay attention to the windows, and I don't know what else. The Gelatia and Restaurante are usually the cream color. Are they? Oh, you're right, they are. Okay, we've almost got this. Almost got this. But and once again, though, I am running out of things to keep an eye out for, because we're solving things, which is good. Yep. Moon still has done nothing this whole time. Oh, that is so... Okay. Look at the middle window. That's hard to see. I'm not fond of that anomaly, because it's kind of hard to see. Though I will, again, defend them in the sense that at least there's more than one. That one's open. That one's open. That one's open. So is that one. The light doesn't reflect off them very well. That one's open. That one was open. Okay, that one's pretty visible. That one is next to a light, so that one's okay. That one's alright. They put the others next to... That doesn't technically next to a light, but it's not really gain light. Same with that. There's a few number that are open. It's just kind of hard to see it. Two left. Two left to do. We're almost there now. Let's see. If one of them is not the moon, I will be disappointed. I'm gonna stop looking at the windows. Is that okay? I'm gonna stop looking at them. So many Windows anomalies, like, seriously. Some windows completely missing, some windows not having their shutters, some windows being open, some windows being with their lights on, some windows having spooky eyes in them. Quite a few window anomalies. But I guess there are a lot of windows, so. Now let's see. What's our last two? What are we gonna do? Everything seems fine here. Down the complete unknowns. Yep. If one of them doesn't involve the moon, I will be surprised. But so far, the moon remains normal. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay, why does it sound like she's gonna... Alright, well, I found one. I was right about somebody looking down at me on the balcony. Just a different balcony than I thought. Right. The game is called Lunar Anomaly. It would be weird if the moon was fine. So far, the moon... We're literally down to the last anomaly, and the moon still hasn't done anything weird. Spam normal? I mean, I think I will at this point. I'm still gonna look around, though. Try to solve it. But yeah, we are literally down to the last one. When I heard the name, I assumed the game was just on the moon. That's fair. That would also make it a unique setting. I like this setting better, though, actually. I think they did a really good job with this setting, so it really works. Okay. Okay, come on. Give me the last anomaly as we're finishing up here. Because here's the thing. When we get all the anomalies, I was going to do a winning run after that. It would be great if we got all the anomalies in the winning run, though. That would be ideal. Like, if the if we won as we're finishing the run, that'd be good. I don't know if it will. The moon is yet again normal. Wait. The laundry. So the game called Luna Anomaly has no moon anomaly. Because the laundry is missing. Okay. Wow. That is a perfect finish then. 47-48, so let's do it. It's not laundry day anymore. So yeah, Luna Anomaly, no anomalies. Though I think it's implied that the moon may be keeping us in a time loop, so maybe that's... Wait a minute. Cursebreaker, you have discovered every anomaly. Hey guys. Normally when we beat the game, it's sunrise. It's not sunrise right now. Let's look at my discovery list. Uh-oh. Town free from curse. We are free, locals claim. Local markets reopen. This is all bloody now. Well, let's see what the last ones we found were. So I was right, by the way. Finding all the anomalies did change something. Laundry confusion. Everything got bleached. Missing laundry, yep. Building mystery. Look at this. The discoveries number is now red as well. Interesting. Window mystery. Fire destroys town. Yeah. Ghost sightings. Missing flags. Market robbery. No. Windows opened. What a slow news day it must be for the newspaper. Like, hey, Someone opened their window on the second-story floor of this apartment block last Saturday. Wow. They didn't have air conditioning. Wow. Something is okay. Let's see. Color mystery. Yeah, I like how because these are black and white images, the color mystery one doesn't even show up properly. Let's see. Do not enter. Balcony is missing. Body parts found. Yes. Gelato sells. Boom, just like my belly did because I ate a ton. They're not wrong. Gelato. I like how all of these are like mostly like bad little newspaper reports, but you know what? Gelato sells. Boom. I'll say so. I think the sunset ending may have been a fake ending. Like, good work, you won. You're free, but you're not actually free. And now that we've found all the anomalies, something else will happen now. Okay, let's find out. I'm really glad I was vindicated, though. We are getting a different ending. That's wonderful. So what is the... Yeah, it's the moon. Uh-oh. So in other words, all of this effort pays off for a new ending. So we got blood here. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Another one bites the dust, I guess. Dead plants, more blood on the walls. Missing plants. The kitty's not even here. Oh no, the gelato ice cream is dead again. Oh. Oh, I'm locked in. Okay. Wait. Shoot. No, I can't go. It's a fake doorway. Oh. I see it. The anomaly is the ocean, which involves the moon. The ocean and the moon are linked, after all. Okay, wait. Now we're back here. What does that mean? I'm guessing the ghost that was terrorizing the town was somebody that died. I would say they drowned themselves, but you don't typically form a pool of blood around your body when you drown yourself, so I'm guessing it was more of a murder situation. You escaped? Town free from curse. I got the kitty. Are we no longer... I don't know if we are. It says you escaped question mark. So maybe. But maybe not. I appreciate the extra effort, though. I do. So that was Little Anomaly, and... yeah, that was an enjoyable time. I wouldn't say that, like, there was still a fair number of anomalies that were more static, but I think they were more or less, besides the windows being open anomaly, I'd say they were pretty fair. Yeah, like, we were having trouble with some of them, but I don't feel like we were having trouble because they were bad anomalies. We weren't spying certain things. I would have liked this to have a few more active anomalies, but it did have a fair number of them if you paid attention. I'd say, what, a good 20 out of the 48 were probably active anomalies, because we had the ghost, like, surprising us and freaking us out. We had town... let's just go over the list, actually. We have the discovery list, so let's see how many of them were what I consider dynamic. The Market Massacre was technically a static anomaly, but it told a story with a bunch of blood and objects turned around, so that was an interesting one. I count that one as dynamic. Straight Shadow was dynamic. It disappeared when you approached it, too. So that's 2. Let's see. The alley mystery was technically not dynamic, but it was really weird how the alley was longer and doubled. I think that was an interesting one. I'm gonna just count the anomalies I find dynamic / interesting then. So that's 3. Let's see what else. Shadow Sign was pretty funny, but I'm gonna ignore counting that one. Let's see. Radio silent. No, that was just a missing thing. Blood Fountains was not super dynamic. Okay, the ghostly bodies created an effect and actually did move, so that's a 4th one I would count. Fire Destroys Towers off is pretty dynamic, 5. Ghost Science, yeah, 6, dynamic, they did things. Lost Cat, the cat was quite animated, ran across the street and all, 7. Let's see. Something that was watching was pretty dynamic. We had, if you look straight at them, they would disappear. They were all over the place. That's 8. Let's see. Do Not Enter. I think that one was dynamic. 9, because the door opens after you see the radios off. I may have been able to enter and die to that event. I'm not sure. But that was definitely a dynamic event. The dead body counts too. We had the character reacting also 10. Radio Mystery. Well, not a super complicated one. Reverse audio is kind of creepy, so I count that as an 11. Who Was There was kind of creepy, even if it was static, so I count that as a 12. There's a bunch of blood and all, so. Blood Fountain Street was dynamic, blood dripping and all, 13. Late Night Noise, 14, that was a jump scare straight up. 15, that was a cute, the Jalal cells, where you could ring the bell for more. And Small Fire Breaks Out was certainly dynamic and a little bit more than a small fire, so 16. So that was 16 out of 48. What is that in percentage? Let's see. Let me pull out my calculator. That is basically, okay. That is basically 33%. So 1/3 of the anomalies in this I consider dynamic, and 2/3 I consider more static. That's a pretty fair ratio for an X8-like. If 1/3 of the anomalies are dynamic or particularly interesting, and then the other 2/3 are a little more ordinary, I'd say that's a good ratio. Much the same way as, if you have too many dynamic events, it can get a little tiring. If you have too many things happening all the time, so it's good to have some more. It's good to have some more ordinary events, which also means that you wind down and then you're surprised by a more dynamic one. So, I would say that's a good ratio. I mean, I think more is better. I think 50-50 is best, actually, but 33% is still completely fair. It's when you have less than, 30% that it starts feeling like, okay, well, another static one, but that ratio seems pretty reasonable. It kept us going. I had a fish hook situation. I saw enough dynamic ones, especially early on, to want to keep playing, and I kept getting dynamic ones as we went, so it worked out. That was worth it. But, yeah, let's pull up the list here. Let me go get the game. Where is it? Lunar Anomaly. Here it is. Easy to spot. It's one of the ones with the anime picture. So this one definitely belongs in A. I'm thinking we probably put this pretty high, actually, because I had a good time. And honestly, the vibes of it worked really well. I just enjoyed looping through the environment because, the sound, the nice night sounds and the nice violin playing and just the environment as a whole being nice. So I'm definitely going to put it above targeted 10 days. Though, let's see. I think I'll put it... Above Hospital 666? I don't know. That one was pretty dynamic. I think that's a fair place to put it. Hospital 666 and School 666 are technically less polished than Lunar Anomaly, but they also had a ridiculous amount of dynamic content. And Office After Hours also was pretty dynamic as well. So I think this is a fair place to put it. Near very top, very close to the top of A, but not quite there. I think that's a good place to put it. If it had a sprint button, I probably would actually put it at the top of A. But as it stands, I think I'm quite happy with it. It had all the vibes right. It's actually not as standout or noteworthy as some of the other games on the list below it, but it just did everything very good and set a very good vibe that I could get behind. It just felt like a nice game to loop through. And that's very important when that's the whole point of an X8-like. So I'm very happy to put it there. I think it's just overall was a very consistent package. I enjoyed that one. But that was Lunar Anomaly. And I'm looking forward to playing the other game from this person too, the game they made before this, which was also an X8-like. I guess we'll see when we get around to it. That was kind of appropriate that the song was ending as I was ending with the game. But that's going to do it for now. Just a couple games today, but all the same. When you 100% a somewhat involved game, that will take up a lot of stream. I think I had a good time, though, so I'm glad to have done it. Yeah, that was Exit 8 Likes. Exit Clones Part 54, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. We'll do another one of these, I don't know, probably at the end of April, considering that next week's a little bit, well, we'll see what happens. We're doing a big old dental thing next week, so I don't know how long I'll be out of commission, but I don't believe I will be able to really stream right after doing that, so seeing as 3 teeth are getting removed and all, or maybe 4 actually, yeah, 4 teeth are getting removed. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But, in any case, I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out with me. Streamgoers especially, thanks for helping me beat this game, honestly. It did take a little effort, and I appreciate the extra help. Also, XA likes are part of the reason we play these, even though the XA likes can be quite low quality sometimes. Part of the reason we do this is because it really is great viewer participation. So that's part of the reason we like to play these, because we can get the audience directly involved in helping us play the game. And a lot of games don't work that way. You know, some games you can help with tips and stuff, but it especially helps with a game like this where you need to pay attention and observe details. Having more people observing is honestly just extremely valuable for these games. So, but in any case, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll do more X dates in a little bit, and more streams coming very, very soon, including tomorrow, because there's technically a little off-stream catch-up thing because I didn't do Sunday. But yeah, that was X8 Clones Part 54.